Hey, Alyssa. No. No voice.
I have myself muted in Discord.
Oh. I hear you now.
Yeah, that'd be why. Bob will be down shortly.
I still didn't update that damn healing pack animation.
I don't think anybody's gonna notice.
I notice. I notice.
I think you're the only one.
I mean, you gotta figure it. Like, let's be honest. Nobody asked for half of the shit that I do. Like, this is all just me. So, I
You're
think
right.
My judge of shit seems to be pretty decent though, you know. Married you. Bang bang. That was luck. Younger me was way better. Old me is just old and bitter.
I know that feeling.
I can give it a try. They'll send you back.
I don't think we're gonna put that offer on the table though. So I don't think we're gonna put that offer on the table though.
I'm just saying. You're not easy to tolerate.
I am easy to tolerate.
You are not.
I'm so easy to tolerate. So easy to tolerate.
What's she just saying?
Then I'm not easy to tolerate.
They don't know the real you.
This is just like.
Mute my mic once you got the snowball up. Unless you have that up.
It was for a second.
I'm gonna unlink the Sirenscape again.
Oh shit, Sirenscape! Oh.
Oh, just the regular, I think. Actually, you know what? Surprise me. Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. I'll be good with it. I just need caffeine.
Please upgrade. Fuck you! Not doing that.
I do. I already rinsed it out.
Upgrades. Like 8 things break.
Yeah.
We just fixed this last week. Cliff,
I'm
leave
gonna-
Sirenscape alone.
I didn't do anything.
Why is it unlinked?
I don't know.
Fucking with shit.
Let me go fucking unlink you again.
Oh, hi, Leica.
Are you
Oh,
unlinked
hi.
too, Lissa?
No, it looks like she's
No, I'm
linked.
linked.
Okay, so it's just John.
I'm
Okay.
linked. It's just telling me that the app is old and I should upgrade, and I don't want to.
That's fine.
'Cause every time I upgrade, it fucking breaks.
All right, John. I just removed you. Click that link that I did in the Facebook chat like minutes ago.
Fuck this new Facebook interface.
Yeah, it's not good.
They ain't even giving me the option to change it back anymore, huh?
No, this is the new look. Like this is us now. They're like, we made it better, and we're like, no, you didn't. And they're like, nope, too bad. We already made it.
I mean, we kind of did because we said so.
Right, we made it
Fuck
better
what
for
you think.
us. So
Right.
The only nice thing is that there's a built-in dark mode.
That fixes nothing.
It means that there's less light reflecting off of my glasses
Yeah.
during stream if
I
I'm
mean, you
trying to
could
message
put the
someone.
anti-reflection thing on your glasses, like when we get them for you from
oh shit, I should probably change
Jenny.
this back over to there being 4 of us, huh?
I should open up Twitch.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday Eve. Welcome to episode 54
Am I not?
of Quests and Cliffhangers. Are you not what, Bob?
Don't worry about it.
Okie dokie. So, hi everybody. If you've seen in the old Discord, added some changes. So new stuffs that you can do in chat. Every minute now you can do ! gather, to gather some stuff, and you have a 10% chance to find something for every level that you have in gathering, which it'll go up to a max of level 10, which will give you a 100% chance. And each week, your rank in gathering will reset. So you start back over with it. But gathering has some of the most monetarily significant items. And it also has a couple unique things in there that you guys will find. Some of you already found some of them. On top of that, there's now crafting too. So if you do !crafting -help, you can see the help for it. As of right now, the only things that you can craft are either a healing potion or a poison, both of which affect the stream boss. Speaking of stream boss, if you want to be nominated to be the boss, do !boss mode. And if you have any of your stream loot cards to give you extra chances of being the boss, you can play them now too. I changed the way the stream boss works a little bit. For one, I lowered the cost of the tokens of fate, your channel points, for playing the attack and for playing the heal. So it's going to cost less to do it, which means you could spam it more. Two, it does more damage. So instead of it being hurting the boss 1 and healing them 3, it now hurts the boss 5 and heals them 3. So the boss is going to have to work for it a little bit now. So yeah, so if you want to further pummel the boss, make sure you do the poisons. They will be the most effective way of doing it, as a poison is going to take 25 points off of their health bar, so a quarter of their health bar from one poison. Equally, healing them will do 25 points of health back. So there's that. What else was there? New stream loot stuff. A couple of you joined me yesterday and the day before, where I did some streams while making some of the shit for the stream tonight. So there's a bunch of new stream avatar stuff. Based on the poll that you guys did in Discord, I prioritized getting some special effects in there. So your entrance and exit animations, there are a bunch of cool ones. So check those out in the extension, which you can find either down below in the panels, or if you're using mobile, it's in the top right-hand corner right above the chat. You should see a little purple SA icon. Yep, so there's cool stuff in there. There is some hair. I only have one hairstyle. Oh, 2 hairstyles. I got the shaggy hairstyle, which you can see on my little avatar down there. And then there's a ponytail. Both of them come in like a bajillion colors, which is why it takes so long to make them. And there's a beard right now, which is a really shabby beard. I need to do a better beard. But that comes in a bajillion colors too. And the thing that kind of took me longer than anything else when making this is, for my OCD and for your guys' benefit, I made sure all the hair colors are the exact same color. So if you have like a beard and then you have any hairstyle, it's gonna be the exact same color. It's gonna match, unless you choose to have a different color beard. Then by all means you can do that. But that way, you know, you don't have a weird thing where you're gonna get a hairstyle that's just drastically different in color, even though it's still blue. Like, that kind of shit pisses me off. So I did that stuff. So yeah. What else was there? Oh, that's all I really got. Welcome everybody back. We got a full party tonight, which is good. Which I'm super psyched about. We get to continue the story, and I should not do what I just did in Discord there. Hold on, let me go like that. Okay. Yeah, and we're gonna do things a little bit differently tonight, as far as how we do recap and everything. So
you don't want me to cover it?
I mean, you can if you want to, but I have a neater idea. Neato badito idea. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna play the intro, and after the intro's over, we're gonna kick it off a little bit differently than we normally do. Thank you, baby. And I have coffee now too, so I will be in a better mood momentarily. So yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. If you want to be boss, !boss mode, I'm gonna play the intro. It's like 47 seconds long. By the time that intro's over, I'll pick a boss and we're gonna hop into this. So without further ado. When I do it manually, it works so smooth, even though it's more work for me. But it's like almost like I know what I'm doing when I do it that way. It's kind of crazy. First and foremost, let's see who the boss is gonna be. So, no more entries. Real quick, Young Fang, to sell stuff that you mined, it's Smith now. You have to do separate shops per inventory group. I don't know why, but it's just a thing. So, shop is to sell anything you gather. Smith is to sell anything that you mined. Evil. No, we can't have Evil as the boss again. Evil was already the boss.
Well, he is evil.
It's true, and it kind of does work. Nibbles was already boss too. Nibbles is the boss again. It really wants Nipples to be the boss. Hey, there we go. Megan, you are the boss. So everybody, make sure you beat Megan up. We'll see if we can give out a third BBEG headpiece. Alright, so for tonight. Chaplain. You went into low power mode and all of a sudden found yourself on a ship. Same familiar scenario that you were in previously, as you see that there are these other chaplains around you that are chained down to the decking of this ship, but you are seemingly free.
I'd like to go over and take a look at the other chaplains and see if they're in low power mode or do not possess any life.
Okay. As you walk over to them, they look like they're in low power mode, similar to what you look like. But you're noticing that the sounds that they're making, they have kind of like a whirling, a knocking, a scraping sound coming out of them, like all these clicks and pops. But it's all like real low tone sounds, kind of like machinery would sound in the distance almost.
Okay. I want to. My goal is to try and get one of them to be able to talk to me, to see if this is a memory or some kind of interaction where the other chaplains would be and I could talk to someone else like me. And so I want to spend a minute trying to find the source of the mechanical noise, maybe throw a healing spell, or even just like smack one real hard to see if it'll wake up.
Okay.
Kind of stuff.
Give me an investigation roll.
I wish I was proficient to that.
So you could tell that the noise is coming from the chaplain bot themselves. They are the ones making this noise. And are you gonna try to approach one of them?
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna talk to them. If they don't respond, slap one. If that doesn't work, try and heal them medically or something.
Okay. As you get close to one, you see that the sound that they're making is actually coming from like the top portion of their chest.
I should know how to remove that plate, so I'm gonna remove the front plate from one of them.
Okay. And you see essentially, which would be the equivalent of like seeing the inner mechanics sort of moving in and out like they're breathing. And you can hone in that the sound is coming from like their throat area.
If I just lean in real close, are they saying words?
When you're leaning close, you're just hearing more of the like
from their throat area. I'm gonna try and cast a spell. Comprehend languages on myself. I know it's a wide a wild guess as if it's some form of communication, but it's a thing I do. I might as well try.
Yeah. So you don't pick up anything that they're doing, but you definitely get the idea that it is some form of communication. Not so much a spoken language though. Almost
Gotcha.
like a Morse code type deal. Because you're noticing that it's like a repeated pattern of these clicks and pops and scrapes.
In the past, I haven't been able. Well, in the past, I did take a page from one of these memories into reality. But I'm not gonna rely on like writing it down and assuming that it'll follow me. So I'm going to try and find a pattern and memorize it if I can gather a pattern out of that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so you pick up on one, and one of them is just, it's a series of like, mm, 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 mm.
Three clicks and three words. Gotcha. I don't know that I can make those noises, which is interesting. I need to understand that book better, don't I? Have I explored below deck on these boats before?
No, you have not.
Then I'm going below decks.
Okay. As you go down the stairs below deck, off in the corner, you could see that there are different cabins within for like the crew, and all of the doors are open except for one. And from the one that's directly at the other end of the hall from where you're standing at, you could see light shining from underneath the doorway. And as you come down for a brief second, you see a shadow flicker across the bottom like something moved.
I'm knocking the door.
Sure.
This is probably not going to end well, but I might as well try and be polite.
As you knock on the door, you get no response, and it's eerily quiet.
I'm going to open the door, expecting to be assaulted.
As you open the door, you look into this room that there's a single candle on a desk on the other end. There are papers that are strewn across the room, and you push the door open, and that's all you see.
I'm going to immediately start grabbing those papers, clutching onto them for dear life, and kind of gazing over them. The last time in this realm I held a piece of paper, it came with me.
Okay.
And so there's a tiny hope it'll come with me, but in case they don't, I'm going to try and see what's there and let whatever invisible monsters in here catch me by surprise.
Okay. Give me a perception roll.
Bam.
So looking at the different papers on here, it looks like this is the shipping manifest. There's information of buyers, sellers, but in its current disarray, it's really hard to piece together, what's page 1, what's page 2. And as you're looking through, you hear a creak from behind you.
I'm going to say hello and turn around.
As you turn around, you see a green-eyed chaplain wearing a full cloak and hood. And as you're turning around, he is swinging a fist at you, and you come out of low power mode. You're still on a ship.
Interesting.
Are
there other chaplains around me?
There are not. You're in a small room that's about 15 feet by 15 feet. You see that there is some evidence of your friend's personal effects about. And the first thing that hits you is an overwhelming smell of smoke.
Interesting. At a quick glance, do I have any of the papers I was holding on to?
You do not. But
I
you
feel like
still
I have one piece of paper.
not from the dream. The ones that you had before, you still have. Yes.
No, the one that Screech stuck in my mouth.
Yeah.
That one you do. So yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, that I was gonna get to. But
But smoke.
but smoke. You're in a closed room right now.
So I'm going to just take that sheet of paper, which is currently in my mouth, and just like mash it in a pocket or something. And I'm in a boat and I smell smoke. Smoke in a boat is a bad thing, so I'm going to go try and deal with whatever that is.
Okay. As you open the door out to the main lower decking, smoke just bellows into your room, and you can hear sort of like your ears just became unclogged. This loud commotion of people running around above and making noise. And as you make your way to the upper deck, you see a crew of sailors putting out fires, dealing with damaged rigging, and you see your party who are also trying to tend to this chaos that's happening right now. What do you do?
Can I have a long rest? I mean, I have been resting for a couple of days by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Like an extremely long rest.
You're the most well rested you've ever been. Welcome to panic.
Interesting. There's a fire, and I don't have any of my water spells prepared. If I had my water spells prepared, this would be easy. I don't even have create water prepared. Come on, man. Create food and water. Hold on. 30 gallons of water on the ground or in containers within range. So I'm going to find the biggest fire and put 30 gallons of water on top of it.
Okay.
Which is a one action spell.
Yep. So everybody else, as you're helping to put these fires out and tend to everything, you guys see Chaplin emerge after almost 3 full days of inactivity from the cabin and just immediately begin putting out fires. Literally this time, not just figuratively.
Do I see any immediate threat that would cause the fires?
You don't.
Your party.
Well, as soon as I see one of them, hold on, gonna randomly for who I come across first. I come across Arkin first.
All right, John, I want you to do a recap of what happened last session from Arkin's point of view, like you were explaining it to Chaplin.
Oh, welcome back to the realm of the living. Where the fuck have you been?
Really glad you didn't fix Screech because he's fucking
I have been
unconscious.
sleeping. Why is the boat on fire?
That's your first question?
Why are we on a boat?
There you go. That's better. Well, you're in for a treat. So we were going to get up and decide what we're going to do, but you weren't waking up. So it was like, okay, I went to school. And Absol went to school. We came back. You're still sleeping. And Screech didn't seem to care. You didn't appear dead. So we went off and looked into some things.
Well, I appreciate you taking me along.
Yeah, we'll get to
Told you
that.
so.
So it was decided that Screech came across some information somehow. I don't remember. I don't care. About a place where her bird people had some secret information or something, and she got dead set and locked onto this one thing. She had to be here and go here.
Where is everyone else? Are they all present on the boat?
I think Screech was bleeding out somewhere. I'm sure Absol took care of it.
I
It's
will
fine.
return. I'm going to find a bleeding Screech and deal with that.
I assume by this point somebody has assisted her throughout all the chaos. Maybe drag her to the side.
If it's been within a minute, I can bring her back up.
She's
without
not
any-
dead for sure. She went unconscious, and then the battle ended shortly thereafter. So I'm sure at this point someone dragged her to the side. They gotta tend to this boat first, but they're not just gonna step over a bleeding Kenku. If nothing else, that would just be super inconvenient to do.
Just to continue on with recap, I'm gonna throw a healing feat heal at Screech just to have thrown something at her.
Okay.
But we'll leave her unconscious and resting. Arkin, please continue.
See, she's fine. Anyways, so we couldn't talk her out of going to a totally different undiscovered continent that we've never been to or have a portal to. So we decided, fine, we'll go look into boats. So we went to Sea Bluff and we started asking around for boats. She apparently has a whole lot of fucking money, so she was like, I'm gonna go get a boat. She goes, talks to a guy, turns out to be a pirate parent. I don't know, it's weird. But they said they'd do it. We just shrugged, said whatever. And she decided she would pack you up, take you with us. I said, hey, maybe that might be a little inconvenient to remove him and take him somewhere without his agreeing to it. No one seemed to care. So for the record, I was a good guy here, just so you know. Well, I usually am, but yeah, anyways. So we
What is
could
the purpose of this voyage? Where is it we are going?
we're going to secret Kenku land that may not exist anymore, but she doesn't care. But again, we couldn't talk her out of it. Maybe you'll have a better shot when she wakes up. I don't know. So, anyways, she packed you up. Oh, and we stopped by your little favorite church on Dracarius before we left, and I asked their priest buddies if they could help out because you were broken, and they were like, I don't know. And I was like, can you pray? They were like, praying is useless because we suck. And I was like, yeah, I know. And then so we left, and you're like, we went through the portal, we got on the pirate ship, and then we started sailing, and then all of a sudden, ghost ship pops up, boom. So we start killing shit. Our pirate buddies, I thought might be cool because they're pirates, all the cool stories about pirates. Yeah, they didn't do shit. We did all the fucking work and then killed the fucking ghost ship, and then like Absol, for some reason, literally killed the other ghost ship. He blew the fuck up. It was like, hey, maybe we could use that boat because this boat's pretty fucked up. Nope, he went boom and it's now gone. So here we
Fuck
are.
those guys.
That is actually rather impressive. I will have to ask Absol about this. I was unaware he was able to destroy boats.
Yeah, well,
I'm simply
guess
glad
he's-
he practiced on that one and not this one.
I just picture Absol walking by carrying a barrel as you got to that one part of the story. He's like, yeah, fuck those guys, and just keeps walking.
so here you are, nice and kidnapped on a pirate ship. Congratulations, you're a pirate now.
I
You're
do
welcome.
not believe that by placement I am a pirate. However, I may be aboard a vessel of unsavory characters. I do agree that I have been transported here without my direct consent. However,
So then you're Screech's prisoner.
it is not of serious concern, as there has yet to be a point since meeting any of you that I have traveled without you. So I appreciate that I have been brought along.
Told you so.
We are going to investigate
Yes, please.
a secret city.
Apparently.
Thank you. I appreciate that you are willing to undertake an endeavor for Screech's interest. It is a beneficial change in character. I should speak.
Whatever. She went along with my shit. She fucking died. Least I could do.
Go along with her shit while she dies.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I should tend to her wounds further. And then I will speak with Absol regarding this exploded ghost ship. I'm
Cool.
going to go back to Screech and make sure she has organs.
And for the record,
Inside her?
I don't explicitly say this, but so during combat, the pirates were also fending off people on the ship. But to keep it where combat isn't 57 people and takes a year to finish, I only focus on what you guys are doing. But anytime that you're in a scenario like this, if you're in a town, assume that other people are doing things as well, but it's not, unless it's crucial to the narrative, I'm not going to bring them into the combat tracker just because it takes fucking forever as it is. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
I can still see Arkin saying that anyway.
Yep.
All good. I think we're fine. Good
He saw
morning,
no
Screech.
pirates attacking the shit he was killing.
Screech, it is time to wake up.
Nah.
I will come back later. Enjoy your rest. So we go look for Ash.
Screech is like out of it and like trying to stand back up. It's hard to be, unsteady when you're also on a boat that's burning.
I want to throw more.
It's fine.
At her.
Fine.
Is anyone else injured?
Hey, Absol, are you still fucked up?
Absol throws everything. We're all fucked. Oh, you look fucking untouched. We're all
Absol.
fucked up except for Tim.
Would you like medical aid?
Sure, but we should focus on the ship right now.
Is the ship I
On
assume-
fire still. Yes.
Understood. I'm gonna burn 2 more first level spells to throw more another 60 gallons of water at the problem.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make it a dramatic task. See if you guys can get the ship back up and running in a decent amount of time, or if you guys are going to be stranded out in the middle of the ocean for a little while. We'll go down the list. For you guys, you need 4 successes before 4 failures. Absol, what are you going to use? Which skill are you going to use to assist in helping get this ship back up and working?
Can I use my Tinkerer's tools to repair any of the smaller damages to the ship?
You sure can. 1 failure. Arkin. You guys have, as of right now, 2 bonus die on the table. Make sure if you want to use them, you call it out beforehand.
I would say that Arkin would be trying to use his intelligence to kind of use the resources they have available to make like levers, fulcrums, stuff like that, to like kind of make it easier to haul this humongous mass back into position and stuff like
Grass is
that.
broken.
It's completely down.
Yeah.
One of the masks.
So to give you to paint you the picture, Bob, seems how you missed this part. As you're standing here in the middle of this ship, watching this chaos kind of start to settle, this is a giant gunner vessel. There are a row of cannons on either side. It is a huge 3-mast ship. The front mast is completely severed. Broken. They have already like stripped what they could from it, and there are people actively working to basically push this giant fucking mast off of the ship, because there's no way that they could possibly repair it in its current situation here. And it would be unfeasible to keep it on the deck for a voyage one way or the other to get back. So there are rigging lines and lines to sails, snapped, severed, burned. The main middle sail is completely torn. It looks like it was struck by lightning for some reason, which you don't quite understand why. And the mast at the upper deck has notches hit into it, like someone was trying to cut down a redwood tree with a hand axe.
– Okay. Yeah.
Yep. And
Yep,
that's the
okay.
current scenario you're in right now. So Arkin, as far as you trying to do that, which skill are you going to use?
Stuff and things.
Insider investigation would feel right for that.
I guess I'll try investigation just to find like, yeah, I guess ultimately he's looking for any way to rig the remaining mass to be able to be capable of getting us at least to land.
Sure. Go ahead and do that.
That's it.
All right, 1 success. Chaplain.
I don't spend a lot of time on boats, but I imagine that there's been stories of boats that have survived fire and damage at sea and what they have done to survive and make that trip. So I'd like to use history to try and remember some of the protocols that would help here.
Okay. Fair enough. Look at you. With that party success. Yeah, so you can recall some of the literature that you've read, and some of the tales that you've heard of people being able to salvage even a singular mast or I'm sorry, a singular sail, and to be able to reattach it and get at least enough wind in the sail to get moving. Maybe not at full capacity, but you know, where you're not just sitting in the middle of the ocean. Yeah. Screech. 2 successes, 1 failure.
Screech. I had it in my brain. Hold
Athletics.
on. Actually, I was gonna say acrobatics to try to climb up in the rigging and like smack out and smother any fires that might be up there.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
2 failures.
I was gonna lucky that, but I don't have lucky, so never mind. Forgot I'm dead. I was dead.
Oh, that's why my healing didn't work, because she was dead. Well,
Oh, the thing is, it worked on my character sheet, but it didn't work in the combat tracker.
It worked in the combat tracker on my end. It says 82.
I mean, it
It
does
does
now,
now.
but the first time, like, it when
stuff
he
takes a
healed me, it only worked in the character sheet and the combat tracker. It took longer to update.
Interesting. All right. So after an hour or so of you guys fiddling with things, starting to get things in working condition, there have been some setbacks. The damage to the ship has been quite substantial. Absol, you've built everything that you can build. You've done all that. How are you gonna use persuasion?
Bolster the crew. He sees people like getting tired. He's gonna grab them, toss them, but like, we didn't kill off these ghosts just to die here in the water. Come on, get back to work.
So you're gonna try to grandma guilt trip him into getting back to work.
Pretty much.
Sounds good. Go ahead. Just like grandma, very persuasive. 3 successes and 2 failures. And look at John back at perfect timing.
Did we win?
We did not. We're about to leave it all up to you.
Oh no! Don't do that.
3 successes, 2 failures. Arkin, you have done everything that you could to leverage the existing materials, build fulcrums, build levers, build pulleys, and it's still not enough to get everything done just yet. You guys are almost wrapping it up. What else is Arkin going to do? What other skill is Arkin going to do?
He's going to check around the boat and find detail to make sure if there's any sort of unseen damages, maybe little small damage that might become big damage once we start trying to sail again. See if we can point those out and repair and stuff like that.
What are you going to use for that?
He's looking around, so perception.
Sure. All right. So after a few hours of you guys doing what you can, all the fires have been extinguished. You guys have managed to salvage the sail from the severed mast, and thanks to Screech kind of climbing up there and helping, you've managed to attach the old sail into where the center mast sail was that was completely destroyed. And you guys get the ship up and running at 2/3 of its normal capacity, which is literally as good as you could have done with what you had. And after all the craziness kind of settles down and they're able to get everything back moving, the captain comes out, and he's been out there helping. Obviously, he wasn't just below deck the entire time doing dick all. But he comes out from his quarters, and he signals for you all to gather around. He said, "That hit set us back. If you want, we can continue, but it's going to take us a little bit longer than we initially planned for it to. I don't know how limited your guys' supplies are, but if you're
My
willing
apologies
to..."
for intruding, but if food is of an issue, I can assist with that, including for your men.
Food's always of an issue. We have enough for our people, but the question is, do you think you'll be able to sustain for your people for an extended period of time?
I am certain that I am able to, should they wish to continue. Hello, I am Chaplain.
Hi, Chaplain. We've sort of met before, in a way. Kind of. Anyways.
I was marrying you.
Anyways, I leave it up to you all. We're only a day or so out from the mainlands of Amathel. We could head back. Or if you still want to make the trek, could take us upward of 40, 45 days at this rate.
Look straight at Screech.
Screech
Same.
turns pleading eyes at the group, just.
This is your call. Don't look at us.
Right.
My apologies. Captain, would it be acceptable for us to discuss this for some small modicum of time and return to you with an answer?
Make it quick. And he turns around, hobbles
Thank
away.
you. I would like to further clarify what exactly our goal is and better help assess should we continue or return. Hello,
Wait,
Screech.
You're being kidnapped. How do you get a say?
And I do know. And I told you what you were going on, but you were sleeping.
Yeah, Screech already explained everything to you.
What paper is that? What the fuck's on your
You pull out a note and it says, "Going to a near Atima," and then all of a sudden you see different handwriting at the bottom scribbled saying, "P.S. Have you put more thought into dick guns?"
It was totally the same person.
Hold that up in my pocket.
Only one of us is capable of forgery, damn it. Me.
Amir Atima, what is it that we hope to find at this location?
Oh, follow me! And Screech bolts back to the room.
All the bird.
Following the bird.
Okay.
I was waiting. Oh, damn it. Okay. Once they're back to the room, Screech pulls out her book, flips open to the map, points to it, and goes, "We're going here." Kenku secrets.
I see. I imagine that since we are traveling by boat, that teleportation and other methods are not viable to this location.
But they could be if we make friends with the right people. And okay, who are those people?
One of the portal guys that it was on the Sea Bluff side, right, Cliff?
It was.
No, it was on the Dracarius
No.
side.
Was it the Dracarius one?
Yeah, we talked to him first.
Yeah,
We
okay, yeah.
argued
It was the
with
one
him.
in the castle, yes.
He
Sorry.
was giving us shit for going back and forth.
Yeah, it's confusing there. The Dracarius portal master, he offered a side job for us to make good with the people that are there and see if we can convince them to build a portal on their end that connects to theirs. If
Then-
successful, we get quick travel back home. If
Then-
not,
Then this mission would benefit Dracarius as a whole, benefit ourselves, and benefit Screech and myself for information. If we were to turn around, how difficult would it be to reattempt this mission?
well, I think Screech already paid in advance.
Then
Yeah.
is there any great reason that we need that extra week of time that we would lose by continuing?
Why, you want to turn back?
Those are the two options. I simply wish to best assess if everyone was in agreement to continue.
I'm agreeing to whatever Screech decides.
That was kind of our deal when we got on the ship. So if you want to turn around, we can once we get near the port, we can secure her refund.
Screech, would you like to continue?
I want the Kenku secrets.
Understood. Since it sounds like you have purchased our passage, you should let the captain know that we would like to continue.
Okay.
If we run short on supplies, the food I can offer through magical means is bland, but will get us through.
Don't you have like a spice rack in there or something?
Of finite supply, but yes, I can augment to the best of my ability.
Okay. That works.
In there. What am I missing, Melissa?
A chaos.
You're not missing nothing, Bob. You're not missing nothing.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Nope. Our food problems are solving, is what I'm saying.
it.
And the beautiful thing is, like, I'm gonna give this one to you. I'm surely gonna be casting Create Food and Water at some point. Shit's gonna go wrong. That's fine.
I was already thinking of different scenarios to make this work.
It will be the happiest Screech and the most confused chaplain.
So, can we take a few minutes to just fucking appreciate how on point Chaos Bursts have been lately, though? Like,
Pretty dead on.
like really, you couldn't have planned. There's 10,000 fucking options plus the ones that the chat has created, and somehow we come up with this exact one during the time when we're talking about food, and it's cheese. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's so good. All right.
Or did it teleport to the queen's bedchamber while talking to the queen?
I know it was great. It's so on point. Screech. So what you doing?
I'm gonna go kill my cat. That's what
I'll
I'm
kill the
fucking
cat. You handle this.
doing. Which one is it?
I don't know.
Okay. Screech is going to go find the captain to let him know what they've decided.
Okay. And you see him talking to the first mate and a few of the other people on the upper deck of the ship.
She's gonna walk up and be like, and then just sit and not interrupt. and just kind of like wait for an opening or to be addressed.
As per usual, Arkin's gonna be like a few feet behind, just kind of leaning up against the door frame, just watching.
They absolutely do not even notice that you're there.
Apple's gonna walk by to go help with the ship, and as he does, he like shoves her towards the captain.
She squawks. When you shove her, she goes, "What?"
They all collectively jump. Like, oh!
She turns and glares at them.
He's not even looking. He's just keep going walking.
So, what did you decide?
We'd like to keep going.
Okay. You guys are fine with potentially 45 days on the water?
Yep, we can do that.
All right.
She's just kind of like staring up at him because she hasn't seen another bird person. I don't think she's ever met another Kenku. And what is he, like an Aarakocra?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I highly doubt she's ever met one of them. So she's just like...
Cliff,
Yeah.
since it's the beginning of the day, can Chaplain prepare spells?
It is not the beginning of the day.
It's the beginning of Chaplain's day.
You can prepare them tonight. It's night now. You guys are going to be off to bed once this endeavor's over.
That's fair.
So yeah, he kind of yells out. It's like, "All right, you wily bunch. These landlubbers actually want to keep going. Everyone who bet against them, pay up. Drop the sails. We're still heading to a Niratima." And you start hearing commotion and cussing from some people and cheering from others as money exchanges hands.
I'd like to get a feel for how many people bet against us. How many people bet?
Arkin's watching closely at this.
She has no idea what's going on, but she realizes a bet against them has been placed and they won, so she's looking smug as fuck. Like, she's not paying attention, she's just like, yeah. But I thought.
Go ahead and give me an insight check from the two of you.
Absol's not paying attention. He's just like high-fiving the people that seem like they're cheering.
You doing an insight check too, John, or no?
Sure. Let's see here. Oh, I'm not that great at those.
Nope, not at all.
Good roll though. From what you guys could tell, a little bit more than half the ship, probably a good 60-70%, assumed that you guys would want to go back.
Okay. Means we just lost a lot of friends.
Not necessarily, because if we lost, it'd be bad for everybody.
Well, they already got paid. Absol, do you have a moment?
Yeah, what's going on?
I heard you destroyed a ghost ship. Could you...
Oh yeah, fuck those guys.
Well, perhaps not directly, but can you tell me how it was you were able to destroy an entire boat? I believe in the past we have had difficulties with such.
I was mad.
Are you mad now?
No, I'm cheering with these guys. I got some money.
Fair enough. If there's anything I can assist you with, please let me know. Oh, I would like to tend to your and Screech's wounds if you would meet me below decks for a few minutes.
He like holds out his jacket. He's like, "Oh yeah," like dripping with blood. I guess I should take care of this, huh?
And assuming that they're willing to sit still for a bit, I will start casting my 10-minute heal spells that heal groups. I love that spell, and I get to cast it like never.
All right. I want all four of you to roll me a D100, please.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay.
Am I good to throw a couple of healing spells around?
You most certainly are.
How long are you two willing to sit still-ish for healing? Because it's 10 minutes per roll. 10
Are you
minutes.
just tired?
We'll throw another 10 minutes and probably call that good enough for now. Yeah. Absol's good. Screech is close enough. So that was 3 fourth level spells, i.e. all of them.
By the way, Absol, I used my good healing scroll on you from school, you fucker. You owe me.
I thought I paid it back when I like boomed the ship.
I don't remember that.
Can I
Okay. I kind of don't remember the heals either. Sure that wasn't Chaplin.
How long was I asleep for?
Like a
2
day,
days?
2 days.
Interesting.
Probably a day.
Day and a half.
Arkin will use his keen mind to determine exactly how much time he's been asleep.
I use that somewhere.
It's been almost 3 full days.
Give it a few hours, it would have been 3 full days, but
My apologies. I was apparently tired.
I told you he was tired.
Yeah, stop staying up at night and get some sleeps every now and again.
I believe I actually sleep more than the rest of you, but I will perhaps let somebody else take watch on occasion.
As you guys are talking, Captain walks up and throws a sack of coins at you guys.
Arkin grabs it.
He says, "Fair is fair. Here's your cut of the take."
How much is it? She's looking at Arkin. She's not asking the captain. She's looking at Arkin.
He shakes it.
Says in
380. Shakes it again. About 384 and something else in here.
A bottle cap.
Hey, Captain, you have any idea what the hell that was?
Yeah. We've come across them a few times, but never this close to mainland. They're a group called themselves the Stormcolors. It's a band of orcs that, if the legends be true, went from your average run-of-the-mill tribe to Tempest of the Storm overnight. Each one of those that join immediately gets sectioned off into an army. The big one that you've seen, that's one of the Storm Priests. They say they have direct control of the skies. From what I
Yeah,
can tell,
believe
though,
that. I felt that.
aye, the bolt felt that. From what we can tell, they typically only strike when the storm's already in. But as I said, it's never been this close. We haven't found one closer than 3-4 days offshore, so they're beginning to get more brazen and more dangerous. The Hydra problem you brought up. Child's play to what could happen if a fleet of storm colors decided to make a strike. That
They die, right?
They do.
When we cut them down, we didn't see any bodies.
We cleaned up one on the upper deck.
Yeah, I killed one. It actually stayed around.
That the only one that actually died then, or are the rest just evaporated?
One I killed went when she makes a smoke dissipating kind of sound, like.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. But if someone would have brought this up sooner, maybe we could have took a closer look, but we threw that poor son of a bitch overboard.
Is that going to be an issue for the rest of the voyage? Should we stop somewhere in the ports that we can stop to make some repairs or something?
Yeah. If I were you, I'd pray to the gods that we don't see any more of those.
Speak to Chaplain.
Yeah, like slaps Chaplain in the chest. There you
Do you
go.
have any specific deities you would pick for such an action?
Anyone that's willing to listen.
Oh,
You
take your
must be
pick.
busy.
He has a direct line.
Party line.
I suppose you're wondering why I've cast this Zoom spell.
Oh,
I've only got 40 minutes, so. Look, I can be funny sometimes. So just give my like 5 seconds, and I'm good.
But I think we all need to get a little rest after the fun we had.
It was a lot of fun.
Well, here's to a boing voyage. Holds up a glass, starts walking away.
Great. Hey, Captain.
Yes.
Does that make us like pirates now too?
Yeah. We'll discuss that. We have a few days to decide on that one.
Don't worry, Chaplain. We'll get there. He like nudges you and then walks into the cabin.
Chaplain hustles in after. This is a boat of pirates?
Yeah, I told you that.
I thought you were joking. Why are we on a boat of pirates?
I picked the biggest boat.
Yeah.
Like we said, this is Screech's. This is her job. We're doing
I
this
would
for
like
her.
to clarify that I do not condone piracy and will not aid in the attempted assault or takeover of any vessels that are not attacking us first.
They attacked us first. As far as we know,
Yeah.
we don't scuffle unless they attack us first.
That is acceptable.
That's a big
That's a
continent.
big boat.
We'll be there in no time.
Yeah.
What was the? I think the last time I tried to message the Jackal, he was super busy.
Yep.
Is there a god like machines?
Not really, no.
Chaplain.
I don't have Google Drive open.
Imagine you try to contact a guy to machine. It's like, hello, this is Chaplain.
I am also Chaplain.
I have an idea of how to retire, Chaplain.
The Optimus
I would
Chaplain.
love for him to have a pantheon someday. Even if it's like something weird like communication. Literally make me a telephone. That's fine. I'm all about it.
Hello, this is Chaplain. How may I direct your prayer?
Chaplain's the first dial-up modem.
That would be the best.
I am on the roll today. I am a comedian. Yeah.
Looking for like the god of sleep.
Don't shake your head at me, John. You laughed. You think I'm funny?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's how that works.
I'm going to say a quick prayer to Lathander, god of birth and renewal, to ask if he can tell me why I was asleep for 3 days. It's the closest to god of sleep I can find.
What are you exactly asking?
I was asleep or inactive for several days, which has not happened before. Do you know why that would be?
You hear a response in the back of your head that if you had hair, would make your hair stand on the back of your neck. You hear...
I do have that written down, but okay. In like not right now, but in like the kind of downtime, no one's around. I'm just fiddling around. Specifically, no one's really around me. I'm gonna try what I can to replicate that noise myself.
Okay.
I don't want to look too much like a crazy person.
Just a little bit? What's everybody else doing?
It's nighttime.
It is.
Going to sleep.
I'm going to bed.
Absolutely gonna like hop up on the dresser, lean against the wall, and just watch over the group as he flips through his book.
Oh yeah, and Chaplain, just for your information, the great negotiator Screech, she only negotiated for one passage on the ship, so you guys have one room. It has a 15 by 15 room with a bed, a dresser, and 4 of you in it.
I remember Arkin is in a hammock up top.
Yep.
I'm in the bed. You're in the corner.
Yeah, Absol is just wandering around because Absol don't sleep. Yeah, and I'll just sit in the corner as I do. Interesting. Good to know.
All right. Then yeah, you guys get to sleep. And before you know it, you're awoken by the sound of people just moving about, talking loudly. The morning crew starts off their shift rather early, and you guys are stuck right by their quarters. So you see the sun just barely peeking in through the porthole of your tiny fucking room, and you're hearing people just moving about, laughing, having a good old time, being loud as fuck.
Neat. I'm going to be quiet for a minute as I'm swapping spells prepared.
Yep.
Arkin will just kind of lay there, trying to go back to sleep a few times, and keeps getting woken up. So he's just gonna like sit up, feed Craven. Is Absol still in the room?
Yeah, he's like leaning against the wall with his book, and you see him with your glasses on as he's like flipping through the pages.
Absol, question.
Yes.
Are you able to resummon your mounts at any time?
Whenever I want. It takes 10 minutes.
If we had to depart in a somewhat emergency situation, would you be comfortable leaving Sif behind and resummoning him at the new location?
He's not here right now. I have him in his own plane.
So that would be a yes.
I wouldn't be leaving him. So I
Understood.
would just be leaving.
Based off of the fact that we are both in the middle of the ocean currently, and where we are going, there's a chance that we may not have a easy return passage. I have Word of Recall prepared, which will allow me to take myself and 5 other willing creatures with me. Unfortunately, Perup and Susan
Celine.
Use it.
counts towards that number. Being as they cannot be as easily summoned, I would like to have that understanding in agreement, as I would be able to take all of us back to Dracarius, if necessary. I'm simply trying to make sure everyone is aware of my capabilities and backup plans should things go wrong. That is all. Awkward silence.
He like licks his finger and goes back to his book.
How long does it take you to do that?
Only a few moments.
Dude,
Perfect.
Where are my water spells?
Absol gets up, takes off the glasses, tosses them at Arkin. I can't see shit with those. My head hurts.
Teach you to try and read.
That's very kind of you.
So, how long are we gonna hide into our room before we have to go and actually work on the boat?
If we have paid for passage, would that imply that we do not need to assist?
No, we're assisting.
Understood. Again, kind of you.
Screech digs out her book and is going to try to read a little further on to see if she can learn more about the map.
And Arkin's going to be studying his study material from school.
Yep. You guys don't have to worry about making rolls for that just yet.
Okay.
We're gonna condense it.
I have freaking 17 spells that I have to pick and prepare and can plan for every contingency in the world, down to mind control and vampires and getting drowning and teleporting us back, but I still prepare enhance ability because of Screech.
Gotta
And whatever
Water
shenanigans
vampires.
we end up in, you're going to have all the wrong spells prepared.
right.
I have a full swath of like prepared whatever weird scenarios I can think we're gonna come up with, but it means that like I don't got a lot of damage. Good luck. That's on you.
Trying to be prepared for anything, huh? Challenge
Except
accepted.
fighting.
right. We showed Cliff. We'll show Chaplin next.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right. So. What is your guys's stance on the crew, the captain, and whatnot through this 45-day voyage? Are you guys planning on attempting to get to know people? Are you guys going to keep to yourself? Like, what is your can't think of the word that I'm trying to say here. But like, what is your outlook on this crew?
I to get to know them enough that they're not likely to throw me overboard. So some interaction and not, complete loner. But Chaplin specifically doesn't want to get to know them too well based off of their pirates. So I'll help cook meals and offer any spiritual guidance any of them would like to have, which I'm sure is none. But beyond that, mostly keep himself.
You can teach them about different gods of the sea. They might be interested in that.
I'll hold sermons if they want to listen.
Oh dear God, I didn't. No, I hate you. Not like that.
It's a good start.
Uh, Screech wants to learn sea shanties and pirate shanties. So if they sing any of that while they're working, Screech is right there, just like listening and then trying to join in.
Trying to join in song or trying to join in with the violin?
In song.
Okay.
She'll figure out the violin later. That's gonna take time and practice. I got this. Gotta know the song before you try to make up music to go with it.
Obviously, you've never heard of freestyling.
I don't think Screech has, no.
Arkin, Absol?
Arkin setting up a fight club. Yeah. Making sure the house gets a cut, regardless of who wins. It's gonna be great entertainment for a bunch of pirates and him.
What are the rules of your fight club?
God damn it.
First rule of Fight Club.
No, seriously though, like what are the rules? What are your conditions? What are your terms? How are you planning on setting up the betting? Who all are you cluing in on this? Are you going to involve the captain, the first mate? Are you trying to just keep this to, like,
He's involving everyone. Rules are like it has to be the agreed amount of fighters, so 1-on-1, 2-on-2, whatever. And he's make sure and like kind of mark off like where the boundaries are. And then anybody spectating on the side, like if you go too close to the edge where they're standing and you just so happily catch a broken bottle to the back, sorry. But nobody can walk in beyond that line. And if anyone tries to bend his rules, he'll referee, we'll put it that way, with a dagger.
And how is a winner declared?
Is he still breathing and the other guy is not?
So what kind of medic does this boat have?
Hopefully a good one.
all right.
Absol can bring someone back.
So,
This fighter just won't die for some reason.
While you're bringing Sexy back, what else are you doing?
Absol's gonna try to get in good with the crew and the captain. So hopefully, if they're in town and we need another boat, we can rely on them.
Okay. And all right. Let's do it this way. 4, Screech. Go ahead and give me a performance roll.
Oh. Do we have any of those bonus D6s currently?
We do.
I'm gonna use one of those.
Okay, go ahead and roll that
The
first,
most
please.
important.
Fuck.
Okay, do your roll at a +2, please.
Okay, well that's better than the 0 it would have been before, so.
Okay.
Myself.
Go ahead and roll me a D100, please. Party just gave you an additional bonus die, so you guys have 3 for the rest of the session. So keep that in mind. You rolled 74. Do, 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 do.
And they can only use the weapons they start the fight with. No throwing in extras and shit.
I like how you're
Yeah.
putting thought into this still.
For the rest of the session.
All right.
Oh, Jesus.
Excuse me one sec while I do all this.
Aniratima isn't like a city; it's a continent.
Yeah. So, so fun fact. Bless you.
That's you.
So, Amethyl. This is OOC shit, right? So Amethyl, when I built it, I wanted to have a real world place to get measurements from, so I could have accurate distance.
Yep.
So what I did was I pulled up Google Maps. I took the UK and Ireland and I smashed them together. And if you look at the shape of Amethyl, it's literally UK and Ireland smashed together. That's the shape that I did so I could have measurements for it. That total square mileage of Amethyl is about 34,000 square miles. From that, I extrapolated the entire map based on pixel density because I'm a fucking nerd. Ozo is around 65,000 square miles of land. Aniratima is over 340,000 square miles. It is about 10 times the size of Amethyl. So
We're going
yeah.
to the fucking middle.
Oh,
So it's definitely not a little place.
oh.
So it's about the size of the U.S. No, the U.S. is fucking huge. U.S. is like 2.3 million square miles. It's about the size of Venezuela. Not that us know the size of that for the most part because we're fucking stupid Americans, but
So it's like Texas. Yeah.
it's bigger than Texas.
Texas is 270,000 square miles.
Yeah, so it's bigger than Texas, but it's 340,000 square miles. So yeah, sidebar shit, fun stuff. All right, okay. Let me do it this way then. Chaplain. What all did you plan on doing while you were on here then? If you don't want to do anything with the crew or anything, is it mostly going to be like studying your book and?
It's gonna mostly be studying my book to try and figure out what click, 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 where means.
Okay.
I have 45 days of reading and a reading buddy.
Beatboxing for a month.
Arca's be like, Chaplain, we're about to start the Fight Club up again. We need that beat.
And it's just me reading a book.
Like, yeah, that's
I
fresh.
learned
Keep
how
doing
to read Warforged, and that's how it's spoken.
that.
Actually, I've hit a nail on the head there. We'll see.
Give me an investigation roll, please.
With my nonsensical constant use of enhanced ability, can I do it at advantage?
Sure.
You said investigation?
Yes, please.
Good thing you had advantage.
Yeah.
And go ahead and give me a D100, please. Of all things, a fucking single-digit number.
I spend an IP to re-roll that.
You sure cannot. Lower numbers don't mean anything. These are all story beats.
Okay.
Since how the die are playing this way, Arkin, go ahead and give me a persuasion roll, please, to see if you can convince others to join in on your little charade here.
Charade is a serious business.
And give me a D100, please.
Oh, I should have did one of the D6s for this. Oh well.
Sick.
What?
Give me And give me another D100, please.
How is that?
82. All right. And finally, what would you say that most of your time is spent doing, Absol?
Once the captain's actually talking to me on a regular basis, he's gonna spend most of his time talking to him instead of like at first he's gonna be with the crew. Then once the captain opens up, he's gonna spend time with him.
Okay. Then I guess just give me a straight charisma roll to see how likable you are. And a D100, please.
Quick question. So, does this mean that he can't also study his book in the evenings?
Nope.
Okay.
No, we're gonna handle it all differently here.
Okay.
Oh, hey, don't want to paste that there. That's the wrong place. All right, cool. So, throughout this 45-day adventure that you guys are on here, you guys truly learn what it is like to be not, I won't say pirates, but seafarers for sure. I say that just because even if there was pirating shit going on, Chaplin wouldn't be doing it. So seafarers for sure. Chaplin, I'm sorry to say that through most of this, the thing that you learned is that the deep ocean, basically everything smells like fish. Horrible, stinking, rotten fish. Clothes, shoes, your own body. It is impossible to escape the smell of fish, as you find that the only thing that these pirates eat are what they catch.
Well, I'm not helping cook.
But the minutia of appreciation that you get is that throughout the time of your sailing, you have started to adapt to the smell of fish a little bit, and by the end of this travel, to you, fish smell almost like strawberries.
I'm all right with this. I'm putting this in my notes.
You are now disgusted by strawberries.
Absol, one of the nights on the voyage, when you guys were about halfway through or so, after you started getting in good with everybody and you started to, build that camaraderie, two members of the crew were playing chess on the upper deck. And it was one of the times when the ship was being bounced around a little bit due to waves, and midway through the game, one of the players' kings slid off the board, which caused the other one to declare victory. And because of how it happened, and it was the ship that caused it, it basically a fight broke out between these two people over this game. And you were just so happened to be in the area when this happened. How do you respond to this fight breaking out over this chess game?
Not saying anything, but making sure no one dies. So I'm gonna let the fight ensue. Then once one of them drops, I'm gonna pull the other one off.
Okay. So they get into a fisticuffs, and they're fighting each other. And the one who declared himself the winner is starting to get his ass beat by the other one. And mid-fight, he pulls a knife.
Oh shit.
Are you still letting it play out?
Watching Arkan's fights, are there lots of weapons involved while they fight, or is it just fists?
Definitely weapons.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch closer.
Okay. And the one with the knife stabs the other one right in the side. From your voyeuristic distance, you hear the sound of the knife puncturing the body. And he drops.
Alright, then it looks like we have a winner. Let's make sure the other guy doesn't die.
Okay.
No one gets tossed overboard.
Okay. Okay.
Damn it, Sin, you were supposed to get them to sell this in the ring. Make some profit.
Go ahead and give me a D20, Sin. Thank you.
It's not a check. I'm not worried about small or big.
It's fine.
Screech, give me a D4, please.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Screech, so you're up late one of the nights with the crew. As they're sort of at the rear of the ship. Everybody else is in bed at this point. It's just you that's awake. And the third shift crew is up. They're, getting hammered like they always do. They're singing their shanties. They're having a good old time. And you notice that one of the crew member is sort of trailing off a bit from what you guys are doing, and they stop singing altogether, and he sort of, without breaking gaze, elbows you in the side, and he motions forward with his face.
She's gonna look towards where he's motioning and see if there's anything there.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Off in the distance, you see this ship that appears to be incorporeal. And it doesn't appear to be coming in your direction. It's just there. But as it's shipping through, it almost looks like it's emitting its own light. And from your vantage point, you swear you can see the waves on the other side of it through this ship.
Screech is gonna look at the crew member that elbowed her and just, what the fuck?
I think it's a ghost ship.
Oh, Jesus.
What's a ghost ship? Is it like the one that attacked us?
No. Most of the time, ghost ships are just the remnant memories of a crew that once was. But if the stories are correct, it's a bad omen. And he kind of gets up without saying another word, and he kind of just stumbles away down into the quarters.
Okay. Screech is just gonna watch, like, see if anybody else notices the ship.
Are you
if
bringing
it's-
attention to it to any of them?
Is anybody, like, facing that general direction?
They're kind of sitting in a semicircle, singing, drinking.
She's gonna, like, wander up to them and just plop herself down. And when they catch a break in the song, or, like, end the song and are figuring out whatever the next one's gonna be, she just goes, "What's that?" And points over to the direction of the ghost ship. Just, "What's that?"
Most of them pay you no mind at first. Only a few of them break gaze. But once people start noticing it catching on, everybody stops. And there is a moment where the entire third shift crew is just sort of standing in awe, watching from the back of the ship this incorporeal ship sailing, and it just disappears into the fog. Arkin. Around 22 days on sea at this point. You guys are bending through this area that has a lot more vessels in it. It's kind of the thoroughway between Nir Alu, Nir Atima, Wog Nomar. It's kind of this general thoroughway kind of in that area. And this ship passes by you guys. It's about midday. And you're busy plotting the next great event that's going to happen tonight. And you start hearing the commotion going on at the top deck. And as you go up there to appease your curiosity, you see a ship that is almost twice the size of your own. And again, you guys are on a large war vessel. And in big, bold, golden paint on the side of this ship, you see it says the Seaside Extravaganza.
Oh no. Fraz is back.
So we're passing by this boat.
Yep. You guys are passing, only a couple yards away from it. You guys are in, safe wake distance, but you see it, it's soon to cross in front of your direct path. Well, not your direct path. I'm sorry, your parallel.
Okay. Do we see anyone aboard?
You do. You see, there's a full crew there. And strangely enough, as it gets within what I would say is like shouting distance, you see that like some of the crew line up and they all begin just waving. They just look super fucking happy.
He's gonna look over to his shoulder and nod to Craven and have him fly off to start flying overhead, and he's gonna start peering through his eyes to see what he can see.
From what you could tell, it looks like it's a large merchant ship. You see that there's goods there. You see that there are armed guards. But for the most part, you see that a lot of the crew are dressed up in like jester gear. They almost look like a performance group.
Any loose money pouches laying around while they're busy waving?
Not a whole lot of loose money pouches, no. Most of the ones that are waving and like being very flamboyant about it, they don't really look like they have many personal effects on them. They look like they are in a character.
Is there any food aboard?
From a bird's eye view, you can't tell.
Have him swoop in closer.
Yeah, I mean you can do that. What's the goal?
No, just looking around to see like what they're doing. Like, is this some sort of play they're putting on, or?
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting to see that they look like they have like a routine, and you could see on the opposite side, not facing you guys, there's a secondary crew that is looking at another one of the ships, and they're doing the same routine. And they're like doing like full flips, and they have like flaming batons, and it's like a full-on act, like a choreographed act that they're doing.
I want to be on that boat. I don't know. They have any like buffet laid out or anything? I'll just have Craven like snatch up a turkey leg or something and fly it over. But he's not gonna like do anything else.
There's no food laid out that you see on there. The deck is pretty tidy. It's much tidier than the current ship that you guys are on. And as the ship gets close to your guys' parallel, you hear one of the crew yell out, "We have the finest wares in the land or sea."
Such as?
What do you desire? If you wish, we can dock, we can board, we can show you the wares.
Not my ship. I can ask. He will jot down over to the captain's quarters and knock.
Yeah, he answers.
Yeah, seems to be a big merchant ship passing by offering to sell things. Thought you might be interested. Look at that big motherfucker.
He looks out. He starts chuckling. I've lived my entire life on the sea, but its bounties still amaze me. Do they look armed?
Not that I could see. Couple of full crews, look like some jesters and shit.
These waters are far too dangerous for them to be showboating like that and not have some defense. What do you think?
What
do you wish to
I
barter?
Think? I don't think I have anything that I really want besides maybe some better food.
You sick of the fish already?
If you can believe it, yes.
I can't. He's like, well, if they cause any trouble, let me know.
Sure thing.
And by the time you make it back up to the deck, they are slowly passing by, and you watch as the crew follows around the ship, basically facing you the best they can the entire time, doing their little routine. And then after a while, they start to fade off into the distance.
Yeah, Ark is just going to keep an eye on them until they are completely out of view.
Yeah, it takes about 40 minutes or so, but they're to the point where they're, they blend in with the horizon. They get swallowed by the blue of the sky after a while, and it becomes a noteworthy, strange occurrence of your life. All in all, Screech,
Yes.
you learn quite a few pirate shanties. As a result, go ahead and write down in your notes that any sort of performance or persuasion roll towards pirates or seafarers in general, you can make at advantage. And also, anything related to that, be creative. If you're at a bar and you want to sing pirate shanties to a group that seems like it would make sense, you can do that at advantage too.
I'm typing much slower because I've got fake nails on because I'm stupid. Was that just performance?
Performance or persuasion.
Or persuasion. Got
Yep.
it.
Or violin, or anything to do with that. Use your mind if it makes sense.
Pirate-related skills
Yeah.
are an advantage.
You have advantage against social skills with pirates, basically. As long as you're not trying to intimidate them. They
they're
don't-
friends!
They don't take that very well, I hear.
Angry shanty.
Note to self, don't sing the Flying Dutchman, they will hate it.
Absol, is there any sort of self agenda that you have in mind of getting in close with the crew?
Exchanging stories for a while. Nothing really to gain from it other than we have contacts on land. I want to contact on the sea.
Okay. Perfect. So you just want to contact with the crew that basically, if you're in an area that they are, that you have someone to know by name, essentially.
Right.
Cool. Definitely. You make good with the crew and with the captain. The crew, the captain, and the first mate. Unfortunately, the main navigator, he doesn't like you too much. As you stood by and watched him get stabbed in the kidneys. Not only did that add 3 days to the voyage, but on a scale of 1 to 6, they think you're a 2. Screech, because of you freaking out the entire crew by showing them the ghost, because they are a superstitious group, it added an additional 3 days to the voyage. Arkin, your fight club was not a success. It was going strong for about a week, but it started getting to the point of, because you allowed them to use whatever weapons they entered with, they started to get more creative with the weapons that they started with, and the crewmen started to get injured more than you anticipated that they would, as it took off a lot faster than you thought that it would. Who'd have thunk that a bunch of pirates, wanted to fight each other? but as so, it added 2 additional days to the voyage.
Jeez. Gonna be out here for 6 months.
Is the wall fan or window
Chaplain.
Yep.
Nothing that you did positively or negatively affected the time of the ship. But through your studying of this, through practicing the noises, you were definitely able to replicate, and furthermore, piecing together things from the book, what you've learned about the written language, you realize that this noise that they were making was actually the core primal language of the Warforge.
And do I have any idea what's that's 3 clicks and 3 words translates to?
You don't know exactly what it is, as there's no direct translation that you can figure out. But based on the clues of the book, you assume it was some sort of a distress call, as it was something that only other Warforges would be able to understand, and with it being that repeating pattern, that's your best guess with it. But you haven't finished sifting through the book for all the clues, as the way it was written is not... It's not written like a... Western society book of like, left page to right, you read down. This thing is kind of all over the place. And the more you read this, the more you start seeing the mnemonics of it, that there are codes, and that certain words on one page relate to certain words of the other. And even though it may read as one way, there's different stories being told. So you're uncovering all these secrets of this book. And for the most part, your guys' voyage was pretty uneventful. Everybody
Thankfully.
go ahead and give me Constitution saves, please, at advantage.
What the fuck? I'm using a luck die
Ugh.
to...
Okay.
There's one. That was just a shit roll. Got a fucking +6. Do better. Okay.
Arkin, you good?
Guess I will re-roll that.
Okay. You gonna use IP?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
40 days even into your journey, you guys come across this area of water early in the morning that seems much darker than the water that you guys have been sailing on. So much so that the navigator alerts the captain, and the captain has everybody kind of on heightened alert. He's not explaining to you guys what's going on, but you do see that they are putting, extra attention to their surroundings. How do you guys react to this?
Anyone in the crow's nest?
Everybody's still taking their shift. You guys still have your jobs that you were doing.
I'm going to ask someone, why is everyone on high alert? What does the dark water mean?
Go ahead and do so with a -4, please. A persuasion with a -4, please.
Well, this will go well. Heh.
And due to all the commotion, you're like, what's his name? Fucking, I can't even make a movie reference because you motherfuckers aren't gonna get it. As you're speaking up, as you're speaking up and people are moving about, your question, it sort of gets lost in the commotion. And the best answer you get is basically like, just keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out.
Do I have time to phone a friend?
Sure.
Channel Divinity, Omnipotence, God of the Sea. What could cause dark water around a boat that would cause seasoned sailors to all be afraid and on high alert?
Okay. What's everybody else doing while Chaplin is reaching out to his phone a friend?
If everybody's on high alert, the only thing Screech knows how to do with high alert is fight, so she's gonna put her armor on and makes her feel safer and make sure she's got her, like, axe with her.
I just picture all the sailors running about, looking over the edge, looking at stuff, and then you just see Screech in idle animation with an axe standing in the middle of the ship, fully battle ready. Okay, Arkin?
Arkin's gonna climb the mast and then just kind of take a perch position, flip up his eye patch so we can see better. And just kind of look out for any dangers.
Left and right hand.
Give me a perception roll. At disadvantage.
Alright. Everybody better be wearing their eye patches I made. Apps is gonna wear both of them.
What's wrong with the old one?
Absol, what are you doing?
If he sees everyone on high alert, he's just gonna make sure that he's not messing up what he's doing. And if he's not messing up, they don't have to worry about his section and they could focus on what they need to.
So what is it that he's doing?
What was his job
Yeah.
on the
I mean,
ship?
you were just doing general deckhand stuff before, but this has been 40 days. I mean, what have you guys... You've built up a good rapport with everybody. 40 days in, how are you handling suddenly everybody? This is the first time in 40 days you've seen them go into high alert like this.
Fuck, he's just gonna go over to the captain's quarters and like go in and like start asking questions and be like, "What's with the dark water, Captain? Like, should we be ready for a fight, or is it the storm orcs again, or what's going on?"
So you go into the captain's quarters only to find them empty. You find the captain on the upper deck. He too is on high alert. Yeah, so as you ask him, go ahead and give me a persuasion roll at advantage. All right. Chaplain, you ask the goddess of the sea what that is, and the reply back that you get is Mantiabellum.
Okay, it is a single individual creature. That tells me what I need to know. Probably.
You would assume that the language that they're speaking to you in is not one that you're familiar with.
I assumed that was a name. That's fair. Shit,
Mantiabellum.
Am I gonna have to start like listing what languages gods speak before I call them? Note for self.
Okay, what happened? My internet took a shit for like 2 minutes.
You're just telling me what you did. What do you mean? Nothing happened.
So did the captain not respond to me?
I didn't get to that yet.
Okay.
The captain, he is just kind of peering out into the horizon. He doesn't even stop when he responds to you. And he in kind of a low, somber voice. Not many people get to experience dark tides. These are things of legend and story. Even fewer survive to tell them. Could be nothing. Or we could be sailing right into a trap. Chaplain, what'd you do with the information you had?
I'd go to Arkin with it, if I can find an Arkin. If I can't find an Arkin, I find an Absol. Or whichever of Absol or Arkin I can find, but mostly to ask in a quiet whisper, do you know what Montiabellum means? Or I cast Comprehend Languages on myself and quietly say the word Montiabellum and see if I know what it means.
As you're repeating it back and forth to yourself, you start understanding it as my baby.
Oh, shit.
I'm collecting my people and casting Water Walk and warning them. Like, I'm going to collect my people and start casting defensive buffs. Warning them that whatever this is the prized child of the god of the sea.
Once Chaplain informs us, Apple's gonna shout out to the captain, like, Captain, the friend had a little chat with the god of the sea. It's what you expected.
And right around that exact same time that you were shouting this out, you feel the ship rock, jolt suddenly, and on left and right of you, you see these 4 giant tentacles burst out of the water.
Did I have a chance to get off a defensive spell or two?
I assume as soon as you started casting it, you started casting it.
Water Walk hits up to 10 people, so I'm hitting the top 3 or 4 of the people on deck, including the captain that I can see.
Okay.
Whether or not they know it.
Congratulations. We have extra slots.
I'm just picturing these nervous crewmates looking at us huddled in the center, and he's casting like crazy. Like, are we in danger?
Danger.
It's fine.
Chaplin's lighting up like a strobe light.
Cliff, can you make 15 temp hit points for Arkin, Screech, and Chaplain? Aid spell, tier 4.
Instead of 5, 15, right?
Correct.
Cool. Boop. Boop. And so everybody but Absol, right?
Correct, because it won't hit a 4th.
Cool. All right.
Some have to get a god to fix that spell for me.
Hey! Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah. Fuck.
The one that was standing on deck ready for a fight.
Why am I first?
Like-
What the fuck?
Tripped or something. I don't know.
She's still stuck in idle animation.
Just
She was expecting people, not big tentacles.
she's still like looking for a boat. Like the tentacles pop up and she's just looking between them.
Right. I don't see a boat.
Chaplain, you see these giant tentacles burst out of the water. You see 2 to your right, 2 to your left, as they sway menacingly stories above the ship.
Bonus action, prop my shield to anchor me to the boat. I don't really care about the shield. I care about anchored to the boat.
Okay.
It fails, but like divine intervention.
Okay.
Figured I should give it a try. And that would be my turn.
Okay. Arkin.
Huh. Yeah. So there's 2 to the left, 2 to the right. They seem to be towards the middle of the boat, or are they like towards the front and back?
On the right-hand side, towards the front middle, and on the left-hand side, both of them are closer to the middle, spaced evenly.
Okay. Arkin's just going to put up his hood and say to Chaplin, perhaps you can tell your god friend that we will supply an offering for its baby if it likes, other than us.
I am currently attempting.
And then Arkin is just going to take a few steps back and press his back up against the mast, and that's his turn. He's invisible.
Okay.
I don't like
guess I
the
can-
warship has freaking health.
Wait, the warship has an initiative? Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. And the word Kraken does not make me feel better.
It's fine.
You're seeing the crew firing off cannons, and you see a few of the cannon shot hit the arms of the tentacles and just sort of bounce off.
Oh, good.
Absol.
Ah, God damn it. I'm gonna shoot my little pew-pews at it.
I'm sure you'll have a great luck.
Right. Um, can he assist the crew?
Sure.
So, like,
go ahead and show me where you guys are at on the map here. You're not on the map at all, Chaplain, I don't think.
I don't exist.
You don't. It's okay. So, for reference, when aiming, aim at the big K we'll put it in the bottom right here. But that is not where these tentacles are.
Good thing Screech got a ranged weapon.
I was just thinking that.
Throws Chaplin.
I am anchored to the boat. Thank you.
With boat parts attached.
That is acceptable.
Throws the whole boat.
Yeah.
It's like a Mario animation. The entire thing just hits and flips over.
Mm-hmm.
Can I change the color of my pointers and such?
I don't think so. I can see your little arrow though.
Okay.
Um,
Not intentional.
so you're just assisting the crew.
Stop it.
Yeah, he's gonna run up to one of the cannons and start assisting the people loading it in, taking new cannonballs, handing it to them, and going to do the help action on the warship, I guess.
Um, everybody is where they are, right? You moved your tokens.
Yes.
I moved to
Yeah.
where I think a cannon would be.
Cannons are all along the perimeter. Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Can't believe you locked the tentacles so I can't spin them. Fucking rude.
That comment is probably why he did it.
But Bob smacked my hand off my mouth, so I had to stop, and then I went to do it again, and I couldn't.
Double timeout.
Betrayer.
I'm trying to prevent him from taking it away.
Too late.
Yeah.
All right. So based on this, Arkin, as you see these people firing off the cannons and doing everything, you see your entire position become eclipsed as this tentacle comes slamming down on the boat.
We're gonna need you to heal the ship, Chaplain.
Yeah.
Wish I could. I'm sure the answer is lol no.
You ain't praying hard enough then.
I tried. I have a 12% chance to help.
And this is actually should all be doing double damage because it is a siege weapon.
Okay.
So, boom. It's not applying any of the damage though for some reason. So
Because Chaplin's shield is up.
it's right. It tried. It just couldn't do anything.
I am so powerful. Fear me.
38. Ooh, this is a good one. 38 turns to... No, it should be 2 times. 76. And 19 turns to 38. All right. 32. And finally,
God.
you see this giant tentacle coming down. It is unavoidable at this moment, Arkin. Is there any cunning thing you plan on doing?
Oh yeah, I might. So it's coming down like crushing the mass and everything.
Well, it's just narrowly missing the actual sails, but it's coming down close enough that like if you're in like the crow's nest or anything, you're getting basically nicked by this fucking thing. But it's hitting you.
Okay. Wait, where's my shit? There it is. Okay. Is this an AC thing or just if it's in the area, it's going to hit?
It's a direct hit. This is a melee hit.
Okay. I was just seeing if the invisibility comes into play for advantage on or whatever.
Oh, you don't get the sense that it's trying to hit you per se. You're just collateral damage.
Okay.
All right. Screech. There's a giant tentacle at this point. Boom, smashed about 10 feet in front of you on the deck of the ship.
I didn't prepare holy weapon.
This is fine.
I fucking called it, Bob.
We can walk in water, teleport away in an emergency,
I'm just fucking.
call for help. Like, I cannot cover every scenario.
Oh, I've been through the prepared spell classes. Yeah, it's inevitable.
Okay, so just double checking to make sure we're targeting the giant K when we're rolling,
Correct.
not the tentacles.
Correct.
Okay. Alright. So Screech is bolting towards the tentacle and swinging at it.
That's a hit. They're surprisingly easy to hit.
I would
Surprisingly hard to kill.
I
That's
think
not
Screech
bad.
had like an auto crit for her
That's a miss,
attack.
though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hold up. I forgot to look at that shit. That's my bad. I looked at it before, but I don't know what all you crazy people have done. -1 AC for the next 3 rounds, +5 movement speed, auto crit next attack. So, go ahead and just roll one more attack roll real quick.
The fuck?
That's fine. Go ahead and roll damage, hold shift when you roll it. Drag it over the K if you need to. All right. And let me add this real quick. AC -1.
My eye almost twitched seeing the 1. I was doing so good. No fucking 1
Do you
today.
want me to leave? No. I don't know what it is, but I can never be centered on my webcam. I move around too much.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You have to sit still like a robot.
You are very fidgety.
The tentacles crawl back. They start sliding back down towards the depth. Chaplain. They're still on the deck. They're not in the water just yet.
For Disciple of All, the thing that gives advantage against everything for a single target, the Disciple of All, does that go on the person or the target?
It goes on the person.
Okay, and the whole word salad goes on the target. Got it.
Yes.
Uh,
I believe. Let me double check now. We should. The one that says. Hold on. I'll figure it out here. Why is everything loading so slow?
it's IFT custom Disciple of All, advantage skill, advantage check, advantage save, advantage attack.
That would go on. That goes on the person you're casting it on.
Okay. We slap Disciple of All on the Kraken. Chaplain calls out to Absol. Absol, you're good against boats. Please try against a Kraken. And have I cast Disciple of All on you before?
I think once before.
It's not a super familiar feeling, but it is. You know what to expect out of this creature. It's as if you fought it before.
We're gonna die.
I'm doing what I can. I can actually cast a spell on top of that, because that's not a spell. That's a Nito stuff. So let's slap a spiritual weapon on top of this. Let's attack This fuckhead.
Do a -1 on the attack. Actually, don't even bother. You have a -1, and then the next one auto hits. So you don't even have to roll the attack roll. Just roll damage. Roll a d6 first, please.
Okay. Have a d6.
Okay, now roll damage +5.
Oh god, I lost all of my stuff, didn't I? New computer again. You said
Oh, yeah.
+5?
Yes, please.
Add a 5 modifier to the 2d6 +5 force.
There you go. 17 damage.
Alright, that is the end of my turn.
Did you target anything?
Oh, I targeted the T instead of the K.
Okay, well, I'll just drag it on. That's fine.
Thank you.
All right. Arkin.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to reposition over behind Chaplain's shield.
Okay. In front of Chaplain's shield.
Oh, that's where the shield is? I'll
Yeah,
go
the little
behind.
black line.
Try to go defensively behind it.
Okay. So behind Chaplain then.
Yeah, going to I'm thinking he's going to put a hand on Chaplin's shoulder and says, "Could you grant me the ability to speak to that thing?"
Yes. Maybe. Probably.
Yeah, so he's going to leave his hand there so Chaplin knows where he is, and that's going to be his turn.
Okay.
What my turn is, just give me, 6 seconds.
Bob, you cast aid and walk on water on
Correct.
us.
You have 15 extra hit points and can walk on water. Do bear in mind, if you jump off of the boat, it is like concrete.
Right.
You can
That
All
was
the
follow-
cannon shots actually
assisting.
hit.
I'll be right
If
back.
that makes a difference.
Yeah, I'm rolling them at advantage,
Okay.
which is actually helping you guys a ton right now. The cannons are
I
actually
really
hitting.
want to know if I can. It's not a living, breathing thing, but I would love to grant Disciple of All on the boat. I'll be right back.
You a boat? You've done this before. Come on.
Warship, you have fought a kraken before. So it missed all 4 shots first time. It hit 3 of 4 shots due to your assist.
Nice.
But you guys are still noticing that a lot of the shots, as they're hitting, they're just bouncing off.
Mechanics question, Cliff.
Sure.
For if someone putting a buff spell on us,
Uh-huh.
do we have the option of like shaking it off, like removing it?
Like, there's sort of like if he casts walk on water on you and you don't want to walk on water anymore.
Right.
I don't know, to be honest. Can someone?
Or if I land on the water, do I have the option of like still submerging? Like,
Oh, that you definitely do.
okay.
Fucking break your neck.
Right. I was like, I'm gonna swan dive into. Oh no.
They almost are making it sound like you would do like a
Save.
resist type thing, like you would have to do as if he cast a attack spell against you if you wanted the effect to not take effect. Like you'd have to roll against his spellcast DC. Is the way it makes it seem, but that doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I mean, if so, walk on water, you can still swim if you want to. It's just water does become solid. So if you're falling from a great height and you hit it, you're hitting the ground, and then you can
Okay.
choose to go under afterwards, but you hit the ground.
I choose to go on.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. So it'd be like, okay, now I want to go under the water.
Now I'm drowning with broken legs.
All right, this thing, I can still, it's still within melee reach, right? Like going back into the water.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So as of right now, this thing is like, you know.
All right, this I have auto hit next attack. I'm just gonna see if this is a crit.
It's
Wait, I think I put on the right. No, I think I put on the right one. Is a critical hit on a 19 or 20. Yep.
What is?
Nice.
My Hexblade's
Hex.
curse.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and roll damage while holding shift then.
All right, 1 second. Take off this. Put on that. And shift.
Nice.
And second attack.
That's a miss. You hit it, but you don't feel like you made any sort of scratch to the surface even.
All right, that's his turn.
All right. As you hit it, you feel it sort of recoil back and it goes to swat at you, and you're able to just narrowly move away from that. Screech, you are not quite so lucky. Actually, you are kind of lucky. As this thing is pulling backwards, you hit it and you feel it flick towards you, and it hits you and knocks you 10 feet backwards into the wall. You collide against the cabin wall, and you only take 5 points of damage, which is absorbed by your
Yeah.
bonus damage as it begins to recoil back down. But the other two are still thwopping away at this ship. Hit and hit. No, hit and miss. Okay. So we'll go ahead and roll this. And that is times 2 makes it 44. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put this here just so this is easier for me.
Well,
All right. Screech. Oh, wait. Screech, you are prone, so you lose half your movement speed as well.
That's okay.
If
So
your plan is to run and hit the tentacle again, you have enough movement speed to do so.
cool.
Gets smacked out, runs right back to it.
I see this repeating, and it's wonderful.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. She might have learned a little bit. No, she didn't. I was gonna say she could take a step back. She's not that smart. So we're just gonna roll and hit. The 17 hits.
17 is a miss. So you hit it, but you don't feel like you scratched the surface of it at all.
I'm gonna fucking hit it again.
That one does.
Oof.
You definitely feel that one connect.
And we'll swing again.
That's a hit as well.
29 would hit most gods.
That's fine. And
Most.
Most.
I'm mad now, so we're gonna action surge.
Perfect.
It hit me.
That one does not connect good.
Yeah.
Glancing blow. That one does, though.
Okay, cool. And last one.
Definitely does.
Fuck.
All right. So you start chopping away at this thing as it's kind of flickering back, and you're to the point where it's just like the tip of the tentacle at this point, so it's a little bit smaller, and you actually hack a small hunk of it off. As you do, you guys smell this strong fish smell, and you see the water turn jet black all around you. And you guys start feeling rumbling of the ship as the boat is being teetered back and forth at this point from the wake underneath it. Chaplain, you're anchored, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your turn.
If there's still a hand touching me, I will cast tongues on it and clarify. Everyone will understand you, and it has to hear you to understand you.
Yep, got it.
Bam. I think, maybe.
Yep.
Uh,
I think. Oh no, you just clicked on the info.
It doesn't have an expand option.
Yeah, just tick the spell button off. That's good enough. We know he has it. There's no real mechanical benefit to putting anything on him.
1 hour, no concentration.
You got it.
All right.
And that'll be my action. Since there's no longer tentacles in the area.
Nope. So the tentacles at this point have been pulled all the way back into the briny depths.
Okay. That's my turn.
Okay. Arkin, give me a dex save, please.
Wow.
You are knocked prone from the ship shaking.
Okay.
So you lose half your movement speed if you're trying to stand.
Okay.
Your turn.
So from what we can tell, does it seem like the boat is still caught, or does it seem to be? Does it feel like it's been free of something?
The boat?
Yes.
The boat feels like it's being violently shaken right now.
Okay, so it does feel like something's still grabbing it.
Oh yeah. You feel like you're in a worse situation than you were 6 seconds ago.
Okay, thought so. He is. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
So that's
So yeah,
10 feet.
he gets up. He is going to pop open the potion of water breathing that Chaplain gave him earlier, and he is going to down it as he jumps off the side of the boat, deploys his wings, and glides down to the surface.
Okay.
And probably all I can do this turn.
Do you have any bonus actions?
I mean, he plans on submerging, so if he can dash to start swimming,
You
That's
can
good.
dash and you could take full movement down, yeah.
okay, yeah, he's gonna start swimming to see if this thing has a head.
It
You're
does.
invisible, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, this is good. This is loud. This is good.
Oh, my Sirenscape isn't playing audio. Interesting.
Get rid of that potion.
So, give me a perception roll at disadvantage, Arkin.
It's not-
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
And what does persuasion? Perception. So that should be a 19.
Yeah. So as you dive into jet black inky water. You can make out the vague shape of this giant creature, and you see two of the tentacles creeping up from the front. And you see four of them on the side, and then there's two more that are sprawled out completely long ways in the water. And what you can see basically at this point, from the way that it is kind of plumed up, you could see the vague outline of these giant teeth.
Okay.
The warship is basically, they're doubling down on dropping the sails to full. They're putting everything they can into trying to get the fuck away from here. So they are effectively taking the dash option. Absol.
Are these things still visible?
They are not.
Okay, let's.
Oh, and for reference, since Craven obviously can't come with, he is sitting on Chaplin's shoulder.
Okay.
I have a friend, kind of.
I have a red poison in my bag. I want to apply that to my weapon.
Okay.
And do I need to be? I probably need to be able to see this thing. That's gonna be his action. I guess whole turn.
Give me a. You actually know how to make poisons, don't you?
Yeah.
Give me a skill roll, please.
Where is it? There it is.
Okay. You apply the poison to the blade. All right. You doing anything else?
Nope, that's all I could do.
Okay. And you guys see these tentacles spring out, one at the front, one at the back, two of them on your right-hand side. What's Craven doing?
He's just going to assist Chaplin.
Okay. Screech. Remember, you can always hold your action pending it to do something if you don't want to waste your action.
Yeah. Screech is gonna take a step to the side and hold an action to see if the tentacle's gonna crash down again so she can hit it.
Okay. Just remember you used 5 of your movement.
Yep.
Alright. The tentacles slam down. And you begin to hear the sound of wood crushing as you're seeing the tentacles wrapping around the boat. Chaplain.
Well, first I'm gonna have my spiritual scythe do some smackage because it's here. Oh, I'm attacking myself.
Don't attack yourself, and attack with advantage because Craven is assisting you.
So that would spiritual weapon crit?
Yeah.
Right.
It's essentially a melee attack.
So I just add 1 extra die? Or will it automatically do it?
It'll automatically do
Should
it.
auto do it.
Alrighty. Hey, would you look at that?
Boom.
Oh yeah, because I cast it as a
Shoot.
level 3 spell, so it doubled all of them. Not bad. Man, I don't want to burn something big just yet, so I'm going to be lame and cast a cantrip. Sacred Flame. Does it make a dex save?
Yes, it succeeds.
I imagine it's going to make most saving throws. So yeah, there'll be my turn.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second, guys.
Oh, I should have done Disciple of All to Screech. Meh.
It's fine. This is fine.
All right. Chat, real quick. I just removed the limits on the deck of cards because you guys are babies. But I'm not giving you anything back if you already sold them, and I'm not giving you any extra if you got them and didn't get them. This is our middle ground. All right. Arkin, you are in the inky depths. You are seeing this thing wrapping around the ship and crushing at this point. You see that there are 2 tentacles that are sticking out from the front and the back of the ship. 2 are still splayed out afar. And again, you are looking down at the beak of this thing. This basically this undulating mouth just full of teeth.
He is going to swim close enough around to find its eyes.
You're gonna die.
Probably.
So for you to be able to do that on 1 turn, you would have to take the dash action for sure.
Okay.
Because this thing its circumference is massive, and it's also got a very long torso, if you will. So for you to be able to see that, you'd have to get around. So yeah, so kind of navigating the best you can through the inky depths while this thing is there. Go ahead and give me a dex save.
Okay.
You narrowly avoid as this one of the flailing tentacles, whether purposefully or inadvertently, just narrowly misses you as you're diving below. And you can see, even after your full dash, you could see that it's still a little ways in the distance. You see these giant glowing orange eyes that are just blinking as this thing is swaying about.
Okay. Yep. Going to get that close, but let's see. So that's going to be movement plus dash to get close enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to do.
You still have an action.
Right. Okay. Because that's going to be. Let me figure out how this works. So I'm going to use my action to open a message with the creature, but not say anything yet.
Okay.
And then going to communicate with Craven to say to Chaplin, He's just gonna say, "Get ready to leave."
As in word of recall or the boat moving?
His boat. That's his turn.
All right. Wah, wah. Don't get to do this one. All right. The cannons fire off and are having no luck with hitting these flailing arms. Absol.
Alright, there's a tentacle on the boat, right?
There is. You'd have to run up that flight of stairs in front of you. Then, yep.
Ooh, 4. I need to put my hex on him too. Alright. That's gonna have disadvantage on wisdom saves?
Okay. Hopefully that'll work.
Do I have to click advantage when I attack because of Chaplain's thing, or would it go at advantage?
It should go automatically.
It did. 21 hit.
Oh yeah, 21 hits. So does a 19.
Alright. Let's throw a smite on that one.
I think the proper term is throw some stank on that one.
Can you change the 2d8 to 48?
Done. Nice.
Alright, that's his turn.
All right. And as you're hitting it, you see this tentacle tense up, and you hear a loud cracking sound. Go ahead and give me a deck save, Absol.
No, absolutely.
It's one of the ones I'm decent at.
You jump backwards as the stairs you were standing on collapse from the strength of this thing as it crushes down. You are seeing that it is squeezing the ship from front and back, effectively holding it in place. The ship, the warship, the ship that you're on, the big boat, it has the restrained condition.
Lol.
And it is taking crushing damage. In the
fine.
form of... ×2.
God damn it.
Bob, that was a bad pun and you should fucking feel
That was
bad.
great, thank you.
Oh my god.
To make a deck save.
Fucking make a deck save.
That's funny. Hold on.
Fucking really?
I'm proud of myself.
Alright. What's Craven doing?
It's gonna continue to assist Chaplain.
Okay. Screech! Did you ever make your attack when this thing hit the...
Mm-mm.
Oh, you should probably do that.
Okay. Does that count for all 3 of my attacks or just one?
We're gonna say you're gonna have 2 turns in a row. You're gonna have to move to hit it, though. You're gonna have to go up those stairs, which are kind of breaking.
It's fine.
Yep.
Just flap your wings real hard.
Okay.
That is a miss. That is a hit.
I'm
That
gonna
is a
lock
miss.
that.
Okay.
That's better. Okay. That's one turn.
That's a hit.
That's
not.
a miss.
God damn, Screech.
Just hack away at it. Pretending it's a tree. I'm gonna get it.
All right. And these two tentacles here slam down on the boat.
The bike Raven.
I have a shield that I don't think counts for much here.
Is that reaching you?
Yeah, it's reaching him.
You're gonna get crushed by the tip.
Just the tip. Ooh, it critted on the ship.
No. That
So-
one ain't a tentacle.
I don't like that.
It critted for 60.
I spend an IP to make.
We got rid of that option, didn't we?
No one used it, so
I don't think it worked on crits anyway.
Chaplain, the 23 hit.
Maybe. It is my AC.
Yep, it hits.
Fuck.
So yeah, it slams down on you. You absorb part of it. Craven, on the other hand, is not quite so lucky. Instant death. you just hear shit. And then missed. All right, Chaplain, your turn.
Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna say a quick prayer to grant Disciple of All to Screech, using my action. I'm going to have my scythe do its thing.
Hey, damn.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh my god!
nice going.
Listen, I'm shouting the boss.
Go ahead. The spiritual weapon, when you do the damage for it, if you right click,
I can have more.
you get more. How many die do you start out with initially?
One, I casted it as a higher level spell, so I'm using 2 right now.
Go ahead and do it with 4 and hold shift when you do damage.
There we go. So that was fun. Bonus action, standard action. I have a move action. I was going to, tell people to move, but does not look like the boat is moving. I will wait to see what becomes of Arkin. Next.
Oh yeah, also I forgot to apply that last bit of damage to the ship, which I don't think it did anything because it wasn't enough. Arkin.
First off, is this creature making any? Is it saying anything? Like, is it making sounds?
I mean, you're hearing like a noise while you're under there, but it's not saying anything, no.
Okay, so it doesn't have meaning. So it's not roaring or anything like that.
You're hearing just kind of like a low rumbling sound that it appears to be making like a grunt, but because you're underwater, it's like echoing. It's just like pure bass that you're hearing.
Okay, so let's see if this works. If not, goodbye. Um, so he is going to, in one really fast motion, plant both feet right on this fucking thing's iris, and he is going to stab down with all his might into it.
That was your idea.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What was
I'm not finished yet.
One at a tongue so we can talk shit to it while he's doing it.
Yeah, bitch.
how many backup characters do you have written up?
Useful. None.
Don't even bother. Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack roll just to see if you can get crit, but it's a hit no matter what.
Okay. So we'll do that. Okay. And attack. So at the same time he's doing this, like making the pain shoot through this thing. Let's see here. He's going to replicate that same intimidating roar, kind of, that the giant yeti that he created made, but he's going to make it say in that kind of intimidating roar, "Leave!" And then he is going to push off of his eye. He's going to leave the dagger in there. Like, he's not going to, like, recall it yet. He's going to push off and start basically swimming as fast as he can back into the cover of the ink and try to stealth.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your stealth. So here's what happens. You plant your feet, you stab down, and you notice that this creature's skin is so thick that even with you stabbing it directly in the eyeball, you barely poked through the surface of it. You felt the blade tip sink in, and that was about it. You couldn't muster enough strength to get it any further. You made the scream, you said leave, you pushed yourself off. And you hear this voice in the back of your head say, "You are brave for a small one. Your corpse will not satiate my hunger. You are but a morsel."
Do I get to respond or have to wait till next turn?
You can respond if you want to.
Then you will understand this is purely defensive, as you're trying to consume everyone that I know, including myself. What can we perhaps strike a bargain that gets you something that satiates your hunger more than this crappy wooden boat?
The prey runs in fear. The prey tries to negotiate. Stab me, and then beg. And that's where we're gonna end your turn.
Okay.
One. Two. Hey, a crit.
I never understood why Krakens attack boats. Why not a fucking whale?
They attack those too.
Yeah, but like,
Poor
It's a
whale.
yes to all situation.
I feel like attacking
Is it
a
moving?
boat is attacking
It's
the
food.
size of a whale, but getting like
Fiber.
a bag of Lay's chips, where 75% of it is just fucking air.
So octopi in general are territorial, and a big vessel like this moving would be a target just because of it being a big vessel moving too. The fact that there's nummy little flesh gummies on there, that's probably just a bonus.
Flesh gummies.
Yeah, you guys are like gummy worms
Gummy
to
bears.
a kraken. You're like spicy gummy bears. You fight back. Absol.
Someone got to kick to it. With these stairs cracked, am I still able to hit this thing?
Yeah.
All right.
And that does.
So hard to find my shit through all the shit. All right. Divine Smite 3d8 instead of 2.
Done.
Again.
3d8 again?
Yep.
Done. What's the highest that can go up to, like when you get max level?
I can't go past 5.
Okay, I'm just gonna build all
Even
those
if I
buttons for
could-
you.
All right.
Note to self.
And that's his turn.
Okay.
Screech gets one side, I get the other side. Making sushi.
Arkin, you see the two tentacles that were flailing about are now swooping down in your general direction.
Okay.
As you're hearing this thing still talking in your mind, you're noticing that it is moving in. And one of them hits.
Goodbye, brother.
Anything you plan on doing?
Yeah. There we go.
You are grappled. You are restrained.
So I'm guessing this thing can see through stealth, apparently.
So anything in the water within its ink, it can sense its presence.
Within its ink, of course.
As soon as you swam into his ink, I was like, oh, it's gonna be able to find you.
And it pulls you tight up to its face, and it's looking at you basically upside down. And like your head is smaller than its eye. As it's
figure.
like blinking at you, and you're just hearing this voice just booming in the back of your mind. Give me one good reason why I should let you live. You don't get to respond right now.
Okay.
But you still hear the sounds of its tentacles smashing down on the ship. Chaplain, you're still in the same spot.
I'm still anchored.
Yep, so you got hit 22. Boat got hit for, for 44 because it is a siege weapon. And it is taking an additional 54 in crushing damage. I don't know why Craven still has a turn. Screech. the spirit of Craven.
Alright. You know what? We're just gonna keep hacking.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
That's a
works.
good hack.
I dropped a 1.
That's like the perfect roll.
Right.
Okay. And this is fine. We'll just keep doing this. This is This is acceptable. Fuck. Well, this fuck.
You can't win them all, you know.
I mean, you hit all of them.
I did hit all of them. And I crit once, but those ones, they taunt me.
All right, Chaplain.
How's the boat looking?
Pretty fucked up.
I yell out, Absol, Screech, please come near me with your mounts. And I'm going to
We
cast.
don't have a mouse.
They're on the boat somewhere, I imagine.
No.
Did we not take them with us?
No.
Oh. I said what I said.
After 40 days on the ship.
I'm trying to count for all bodies. And I will cast Sending. Unfortunately, having to burn a 4th level spell to do so, to speak with Arkin. Arkin, I think it is time for us to leave. Please return to the boat. You may respond.
Can I respond now?
You can respond to Chaplain, sure.
Screams.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy. I'm keeping 2 of the tentacles occupied. Having a bit of a chit chat. How you doing up there?
I can't respond. I had to burn a 4th level spell to say a sentence to tell you to get your ass back up. I don't have free communication all the time. I am not yet the god of communication.
Working on it.
Oh, fuck it. I'll swing at something. Make sure I'm only targeting the Kraken. And find. Bam.
That hits.
There we are. Yep, that's all my actions. Yeah, no, that was my bonus action too. Yep.
Okay. Arkin.
Yep.
You literally don't have a turn. So your turn is you get to respond to this thing. Give him one good reason why he should let you guys live. You're gonna get disadvantage with your persuasion roll because you stabbed him in the eye.
Fucking do it again.
Oh, god damn it.
So here's what we will do. Arkin is going to it's going to Misty Step.
You can't.
I was looking it up and it says it's verbal components only. So as long as you can do that, you can escape grapple, chains, binds, restraints, stuff like that with that spell. And since he's got underwater breathing, I'm assuming he can say stuff.
One sec.
That actually sounds reasonable. Which normally John doesn't sound reasonable.
That's fair.
I tried doing that with Devian, but I had something crawling into his mouth, so I couldn't do the verbal. Fucking trademark spell. I was like, oh no. They countered it. Countered it with oral.
Okay.
And then movement and dashing the fuck out of there. And he will still reply though.
Okay.
It says, because one of the occupants of that ship is favored by the gods and was just talking to your mother.
Father?
Oh. Bring it,
You wouldn't
mama.
want to anger dear old mother, would you?
All right, go ahead and roll your persuasion roll at disadvantage.
This works.
Oh god. Disadvantage, you said?
Disadvantage, I said.
You're proficient in persuasion, right?
You stabbed him in the eye.
I mean, you need to let shit go.
You want to keep that, or you want to use an IP?
Use the golden dice thing too.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the fucking D6 thing.
Well, you got to use that before you roll. So
Oh,
do
yeah,
you want to use IP and then use it?
If I roll IP, I have to roll it again at disadvantage, though, right?
Correct. But you can roll like one of the bonus die first, and then roll it at disadvantage.
It's a gamble.
How
How many IP do you got?
2.
All right, we have 3 golden dice. that you can use
Okay.
for each one.
Let's try golden die here.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
So go ahead and roll it at disadvantage, but do a +5.
Okay. I mean, if you think about it, wouldn't it be like deception?
Nope. You're
Because
trying
like,
to persuade him into letting you live.
And what you said is technically true.
he's kind of dressed it up a bit.
Motherfucker, exactly the same.
Okay, and then one more last IP, I guess.
Okay. Did you want to roll another bonus die? You got
No, I'll keep that one. No, I still get to keep that die, or do I have to
no,
re-roll the die too?
That was for that die. You got to re-roll that one too if you want to do it.
fuck it. I mean, if it was time to use it, now would be the time.
You have 4 bonus die still. And
Oh no, it landed on 6 off the fucking thing. Of course, it rolls a 3 now.
I'll roll it at disadvantage +3.
Just don't crit fail.
You were just given another IP. Chat really wants you guys to do this.
It's fine.
That would like us to
Fucking do it.
Well, shit.
All right, I'm still jetting the fuck out of here.
Throw some more 20s. I want to see how bad this could get.
Oh yeah, you do need to roll your 20s too.
Sorry, we need some water.
Absol.
Alright, let's just keep attacking this thing. Chaplin said, come here, but I don't see my brother. So we ain't going over there. Hey!
That's good.
There you go.
48.
Need to build these buttons. And you sever clear through that tentacle.
Alright.
As you do, the other ones begin to pull back down under the water. Anything else you're doing?
How far is that? I probably can't make it to it. Wait, this one's... Can I make it to this one and do another hit?
Sure. That's a hit.
All All right. How big is the severed part that he cut off?
You cut it off like near the tip area of it. You just severed through it. So the meaty part of it is still pulling back in.
Okay.
But I
Big
mean, the
enough for
part that you
dinner?
cut's probably like the fucking, as big as your waist.
Sushi.
Would it be big enough for him to like grab and like throw on the deck of the ship?
Sure.
All right, he's gonna do that, and like he raises up his sword as the tentacles are pulling back, and he shouts out, "We got him on the rung, boys!" And that's
Oh,
turn.
Go ahead and give me a strength check.
God no. Okay.
God damn it.
Okay. So yeah, so you pick it up, and you flap it on, and you hear the suction cup stick to the wood, and you see the remnants of the crushed wood from the decking as this is going through. Arkin, you feel this pull of the current of water as you see this giant octopi basically slide off the boat and dart in your general direction. What do you do?
The first choice would be if he has even a bonus action. He wants to Misty Step through it as it's coming at him. Like, cause
Okay.
all he's doing is full like fight or flight, and his fight is gone. He's getting the fuck out.
Okay. Yeah. So you misty step through. As this thing is coming, you see it puff out its tentacles, and it does one clap motion, and you misty step through the body of it. And as you come back through, you get the tail end of this thing bursting at you.
Okay. Do I need to?
Yeah. So you were hit by 3 of the tentacles.
Okay, I will uncanny one of them.
Okay.
Fine.
Goodbye to your torso.
So this
Oh my
thing
God.
batters the fuck out of you as it moves through, and it leaves you in a wake of fresh ink as it moves through, and like you could feel the thickness of this ink cloud as it was freshly sprayed.
Mm-hmm.
Arkin's still grappled and restrained, if that changes anything.
Oh, that might. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me see on this. The attack rolls would still hit because they were all like in the high 20s. But this last one might not. Let me see.
Wait, what?
You
Oh
still
no, that's
failed.
another save.
Yeah. So, as you're swimming up to the surface, you're feeling your skin burning from this fresh ink as this poison is sinking into you.
It burns now.
Actually, I have a question first.
Yeah.
Were there any modifiers to that second Constitution save? Because Arkin was already listed as unconscious, which usually.
I removed the unconscious, I removed the restrained, and I removed the grapple when I did the second one.
Okay.
He just rolled shitty. He just rolled a 10.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if it was like at disadvantage or something. Trying to help him.
I'm trying to. There you go. Can you see that I put in chat there?
Yeah.
Cost 3 actions.
Yeah, you click the little eye to the left of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Either way, he was boned.
So you guys are all cheering as Absol is like getting everybody riled up that the thing's retreating. And Absol, as you look over the left side of the ship, you see Arkin's body surface, floating face down.
Hold on, let me. All right, he's gonna run over and dive in.
Okay.
What was that for?
I
I
wanted
wanted to
to-
see if I feel like it.
No, I wanted to remember. Know if he remembers he has water walking or not. Like, his brother is dead. He is not thinking things through.
Oh, you're gonna skip like a stone.
I'll save you, brother. Ah! My legs.
Absol is doing surprisingly well right now in this fight, so a little bit of damage shouldn't be too bad. It should be fine.
Say this.
It's not too far of a drop, and it's only a D8 in damage. It'll be fine. It's only 8 points of damage to take. Yeah, so you hit the fucking surface like you hit the ground.
Like, knocks the breath out of him. And they as he like gets up, he's screaming like "Talias!" as he's running over.
You have black ink all on your forearm, all on your face from where you hit, and you're feeling the poison from it, making your eyes kind of lose focus.
Running over, scooping him up, and where is it? My paladin shit. Got him targeted. Putting all of my lay on hands on him.
Okay.
And he's gonna try to. Is there any visible way, like a ladder hanging down from the ship,
By now people are like
to get back
throwing
on?
shit over toward you. Yeah. John, go ahead and give me a hit die of healing, please. All right. So yeah. So you feel this sting all over your body, as this thick ichor of poison is just coated to your gear, to your skin, in your hair, and you're kind of pulled out of the water by Absol, who's standing there with a panicked look on his face.
Are they on the boat or still in the water?
They're starting to climb onto the boat.
I'm gonna wait at the top to medically assess and help.
Arkins, and then immediately starts patting down money pouch. Okay, good. Okay. Oh. Hey,
I see
Leaf.
you're
Panic,
aware
panic
of your-
gone.
Am I aware that the ink on them is poisonous? I don't think
I mean, give me a medicine roll. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know that the shit on them is not good to
I'm
touch.
gonna cast Create or Destroy Water and destroy the liquid ink on them.
Okay.
If that works. Just play.
You're able to knock off like the gooping ichor from them, but you can still see their armor and skin is stained. In the areas where it's free of the stain of ink, you could see is just like red, just rosacea from the burn.
I would advise both of you to change clothes and bathe, preferably in fresher water.
Okay, that's great, Trevor. Get the fuck out of here.
I will see if the boat can.
And at this point, like the crew are all fucking cheering and happy and shit. And you guys are catching like the tail end of the captain giving a speech of, most pirates sail their whole lives without seeing a kraken. Few that do see it live to tell the tale. We live to tell this tale, and this tale we will tell. And everybody's all fucking, yeah.
Yeah, but is the boat sinking?
Boat's not sinking. Boat's not in great shape. But the boat is still afloat.
Okay.
And I'm assuming moving at full speed.
Oh yeah, as soon as that dropped, the wind picked up in the sail and it started coasting again. Which is why you barely were able to get pulled back in from that, just because of they didn't stop.
I fell out of a moving car instead of just jumping off the boat.
Yeah, I mean, except for a warship only moves like 8 miles an hour because it's a big fucking boat.
Arkin is going to go to the back of the boat. He's just gonna like sit with his legs dangling over the edge, looking back at the water. And he's just gonna say in his mind, "Are you still there?"
You get no response.
Okay. He's just gonna sit there in quiet contemplation unless someone says anything to him.
All right. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Tending to the wounded. My party first, but anyone who needs it. But also channel divinity, omnipotence, god of the sea. Your child is hurt. You may wish to tend to their wounds in any way that you are able to.
You just hear the same voice respond back with "Make liada."
I should still be under the effect of comprehend languages.
Okay.
Well, let me see if that's... Which is not concentration and lasts an hour. So, yes, I would be under the effect of comprehend languages.
So you would know that she said, she just says land dweller. She doesn't say it in any tone. She just acknowledges.
I'll take it. You know, I don't want the god to be mad at me because we beat up their baby. Meet in the middle. But yeah, tending to the wounded and doing big ritual healing spells for those who need it.
All right.
So I'm gonna hit my people.
All right. Screech, what are you doing?
Going over here to like prod at the tentacle that was dropped on the ship.
All right. Yeah. So I mean, it's a giant piece of calamari.
Screech is just like making sure it's not like gonna flop around or anything. She's not. She's concerned.
You do.
It definitely is not flopping around. It's actually stuck to the top deck from all the suction cups.
Well,
Okay. That's all she's doing. It's just kind of like taking a look.
Absol?
He stands next to Screech for a few seconds. And as he's walking away, he's like, don't eat it. I'm pretty sure the crew would like it as a trophy or something. And
Tell her what
I'm gonna eat it, but now I want to. Can you eat it?
it lets off burning black ink, so it's probably not any better than that if you digest it.
Give me a nature roll, both of you.
Oh god.
-1.
Close.
Dang.
Yeah, if you eat this thing, you're gonna die, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Absol doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but he says it with enough conviction that he sounds like he does, and you don't know enough to know any different, so, yep.
It'll kill you. Okay. Fuck.
All right, so you guys, for the rest of the trip, I mean, it is completely smooth sailing compared to this. Nothing that happens is even remotely close to this level of excitement, danger, anything. It's basically like at this point, everything is mundane. Like, nothing that could happen right now would even be worth your guys' note if you wrote about this story. So as you guys finish your voyage, what type of downtime events were you guys doing as far as crafting your books, anything like that?
Continuation on book.
Screech would have been reading the whole time.
Reading buddies.
Yep, study.
Oh.
Working on the poisons, I guess.
Everybody go ahead and give me, do it one at a time, just so it's a little bit easier on my brain. Well, actually, if you drag the die out for rolling your skill, can you right click to add more die to that?
I believe.
You're gonna test with cook utensils?
Yeah, you can.
It doesn't add the proficiency bonus more than once.
Nope, that's fine. Go ahead and pull that out and right click 10 times.
What skill am I using for El Buco?
Yours would be investigation.
Were you reading with me and giving me advantage?
Yeah, and both of you could do it at advantage.
Okay.
I assume mine's investigation too.
Correct.
Okay.
Bam.
Yep.
That was too many.
So anything I can add from this chunk of kraken to my poison?
Main.
Give me a poison maker's roll. Yeah, you sure can. Go ahead and put Kraken. We'll just say Kraken ink for simplicity's sake. Put that in your inventory.
I'm gonna replace the poison I used.
Yeah. So one thing I was gonna say, and it totally slipped my mind when doing it. When you applied that other poison, as you poured it on your blade, you seen how thin it was. It ran right off. You assumed that after applying it, that it was probably one that should have been consumed, not one that was for topical. Whereas the ink, you know, is thick enough that it would be topical. So you guys add a bunch of shit to your shit. That's that.
Now, if Chaplin was giving himself and Screech advantage, it only gave one additional die roll.
Correct.
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, with this being a mass roll, yeah, that was kind of expected, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Because otherwise I got to make you roll it 45 times. And then we're going to have to try to figure out how many days did you get interrupted, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this was way more efficient this way. So with this, 123 in Poisoner. You were working on making poisons this whole time?
During this or before this, yeah.
Okay. You make a bunch. Arkin, you study a bunch. Want to study. Chaplin, 142. Chaplin, you are at 247 of 300 to the next facet of this. Screech, though, 124. So, Screech, 45 days worth of study gave you a lot of time to figure out this book. And through piecing everything together, you have a pretty good idea of where you need to go to. So much so that once you reach Aniratima, when navigating to find this location, you will be able to do so at advantage. You basically have the remnants of an old world map. Things have obviously changed in the years since the last war, but you could piece together enough of the remaining surroundings to know where you're headed to, for sure. Chaplin, you have begun to understand this Morse code-esque language of the Warforge enough that you can duplicate it. But as far as understanding what things mean, there's a lot of things that the language doesn't have like a direct translation to common. It's such an old and basic language that things aren't one-to-one with it. But you know enough that you can start to do it pretty. You can replicate sounds pretty effectively, and you're starting to decipher the book to learn even more about the history of the Warforged. And one of the puzzles that you deciphered has spoke about your specific type of Warforge, as in the Chaplain bot, and that it was something that was created the same way that Warforges are created, but you're not a true Warforge. Your version of this was something that was made after the war ended, and it was essentially the faction that won the war used the technology of the Warforge to make kind of the antonym Warforge to heal the damage that the Warforge had done. And based on what you are gathering from this, you almost get the impression that a true warforge, one that would have been built for the war, they probably do not look kindly on your model of warforged. That you are basically you would be considered fake to them.
Fair enough.
And you guys were awarded a boatload of XP. Oh wait, hold on. It only did the 15. It did not do this one. Hold on. Let me delete this one. And let's do this one. There you go. You guys actually earned a total of 40,000 experience. Based on the cache of experience you guys have had from people playing the cards, plus this Kraken encounter. So you guys are at 44,000 out of 120,000 towards your next level. So yeah. And your guys' notoriety is like right on the cusp of level 1. So the remaining 11 days at sea were completely benign. Whether it was the fact that the Kraken was there and everything else skedaddled because of it, you guys don't encounter hardly any marine life, not even birds or insects you guys notice as you guys encroach in. But you guys are feeling each day that the cool breeze of the air is being replaced by dry, hot heat. And finally, after 11 more days post-Kraken encounter, you guys see off in the distance, Arkin, as you're in the crow's nest, you start to see an image emerging out of the horizon that as you get closer to, you start seeing these giant sand dunes, this kind of mountainous picture being painted on the horizon, and then you start to see the markings of buildings as you're getting closer and closer to shore.
Buildings? That's probably...
He yells down, land over there, or whatever.
And the crew starts shuffling about, and the first mate starts barking out, everyone prepare for docking. We'll be arriving in Whetson soon. Anything else that you... What's that?
Whetson?
Whetsoned.
Whetsoned, okay. I just want to ask if they can tell us anything about the port before we land in it.
Yeah. You start chatting it up as they're getting things going, and they're kind of forcing you to assist them with getting the rigging in place so they can actually start dropping sail and getting everything ready so they can dock. And basically tells you, have you ever been to a Niratima?
No, I have not.
A Niratima was ground zero for the last war. And in the centuries since the war ended, it has been rebuilding. But some scars are too deep to repair. Most of southern Niratima is avoided by anybody who isn't well versed in this area. There is an entire area that they call the corruption field, where the seam between the material plane and the Shadowfell has completely tore. The dimensions are one with one another in a central area called Mathog.
I will attempt to find a detour. Thank you.
We'll be going into the northernmost city, Wetsund, which is the only remaining port city on the entire continent.
And most of the continent is desert, correct?
About 40% of it.
They are not very creative in their naming.
Yeah. When you start off as just a small community and grow into something much larger, I don't think that naming was their biggest concern.
Have you been to Anir Atima before?
I?
Have you seen any Warforged present on this continent?
Anytime I've ever been, we've only been to Wetsund. We haven't left much of the port district.
Thank you.
Hope you guys are fine with big cities, because this place has grown substantially, being the only place that has a large enough dock for large vessels.
It is not our first large city. I'm sure we can manage. Thank you for your concern. Will you be able to safely make repairs and get home?
Yeah, your friend gave us enough money that we should be able to do that, no problem.
Well,
Scooch just kind of, we're friends.
all right. I want to get off the boat with the pirates.
You said that like you don't like pirates. They're our friends.
Friends.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, these pirates have been nothing but kind to you over the last 51 days.
That's fair.
Because of a label. Chauvinism, like.
Right. Judgy ass.
Anybody else doing anything?
Screech is like saying goodbye to the sailor she was singing with and like just kind of waving before she's ready to go.
All right. As you guys move closer and closer, you start seeing the true scale of the city, as this city has dwarfed any city you've ever been to. By the time you guys are close enough to actually see the individual bays that the ships dock to, the city literally sprawls out as far as you can see from left to right. There are tons of these multi-tiered stone and wood buildings, and you can see a clear difference between the original buildings that are kind of near the dock area and all these newer ones that have kind of sprawled out. And as you guys pull into dock, Arkin, the thing that catches your eye first is way off in the distance. You see this large castle, and the glint that catches your eye is the wall that separates the city from this castle is made of solid gold.
I'm stealing it.
The entire
Uh,
I have a bag of holding. It's fine.
There are going to be wanted posters in a week.
I'm glad it's this party and not the last one, and because Bardra could just be like, I want it. And he wouldn't want to steal it, he would just want it to be his, and then we'd have a full new country.
Yeah, claimed.
And you guys dock. They drop anchor. They put the boards out to get everything unloaded. And the captain finds you guys and says, "We'll be leaving here in a week, with or without you."
I appreciate that. I expect us to be on this continent longer than that. Thank you.
Gotta find the kangaroo secrets.
Anything else you guys need before we part ways?
How about some spending money? We're in a foreign place and everything, and we're a little strapped for cash.
Nah, Arkin, your sense of humor has grown on me over these past few days.
Humor? Fine. If we're not back in the week, then it's been nice knowing you.
He makes a point to walk over to you, Absol, and he shakes your hand.
Yep, like firmly grasp it and is looking dead in the eye. If I'm ever on the seas again, I'm looking for the salty cracker to be my vessel.
He pulls you to the side, and he reaches in his pocket and he pulls out this earring that has this tiny fish skeleton on it. And he kind of places it in your hand and he pats you on the back. If you're within 100 miles, we can talk through that. Let me know if you're in the city.
I'll keep an eye out. Go kraken hunting again. Next time, finish the job.
For both of our sakes, I hope there is no next time. All right.
And
he walks off the
Absol
boat.
like returns the pat on the back and walks off.
Harkin's like, did you just tell him you'll keep an eye out?
And he like he clips it on.
And you guys step off the boat, feel the warm desert sun beating down on you as the dry, sandy air whips through. And you see this massive, sprawling city in front of you. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Are we all glad we have those heavy cloaks now for the desert?
Oh, fuck.
So,
Fine.
thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Thank you to the players for all being here. I hope this one, even though you guys had Kraken battles, was a nice and enjoyable encounter. Next week, we start out our endeavors in the massive Anira Tima. You guys get to find out what happens there. Chat, you guys get to find out some of the stuff that you've been getting tonight, what it actually does. And I think just because of Nipple's persistence, I will wait until Thursday to tell you guys what they do. But yeah, so more stuff, maybe depending on how things go, maybe more impromptu streams where I make some maps and other things. But yeah, thank you guys. Let's do the thingy thing that we always do. What do we do in goals? Oh, for one, here's the thing that we need to do that I haven't done yet. Let me check my commands to see how to do this. Megan, if you're still here, I'm sorry to say that you were defeated as stream boss.
Oh no.
Which means that everybody else wins.
died within the first 10 minutes.
Oh my god. Young Fang beat the shit out of her.
Need to check those patch notes. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look into that one a little bit. So I'm gonna have to figure this out because apparently, you being able to do 5 damage and them only being able to heal 3 did not work out that way. So we'll figure that one out. So let's see. So we need to give everybody in chat, except for Megan, we need to give them this, one, and then we need to do this exact same thing, and we need to subtract it from boss name. Alright, let's see if this works. Save. Where the fuck to go? I probably should have started off the fucking thing while I was dicking around with this because I'm taking too long. So let's do that. If you want to win a Stream Loots deck, go ahead and do exclamation point gimme. While we do that, Stream Boss, chat wins. Let's go ahead and do this. Boom. User cannot be found. Who could not be found? Chat users. All right, that works. All right, now if you guys check your bags, you should all have, or not your bags, if you do your rank. Yeah, Young Fang was close to your level, sure. Sure. Everybody should have the Boss Breaker badge. Which these badges are going to have tangibility to them soon, too. So, don't worry about that. But yeah, so we hit the goal for Stream Loots. We're not hitting the goal for the Tokens of Fate, so I might have to drop this goal. Apparently 50k was a little bit too aggressive. I'll figure that one out. And then also the bonus XP, bonus XP minus, what was that set to? Bonus XP was set to 15,000. Boop. Okay, cool. So everything's been awarded. In case you guys are curious, the reason that the party cache is empty now is because we awarded everything. So they already got their monies, they got their tokens, they got their experience. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the gather, and hopefully you guys are anxious to see what all it comes up with. Other than you guys just, selling all the things that you got, and then you're going to be mad because you're going to use most of the stuff for crafting, and you're not going to have any of it to craft anything, and now you're going to have to wait to get it, and then you're going to have to rely on RNG, stuff like that. Yeah. And let me find out who we're going to raid out to while we finish this up. Bob, did you like the way we did a recap?
It was pretty nice. Having a little bit of back and forth and having it in character was interesting to see.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Blood out. In the middle of recap.
That's fine.
Mhm.
I think it's a lot more engaging way to do it.
I agree. Do we want to raid out to... I'm not going to tell you the group's names. I'm just going to tell you their stream title, and you tell me which one sounds best. 1, 2, or 3. Cyberpunk RPG 22. That's 1. Dungeon Crawl Episode 3. That's 2. Or Tales of Oceanus Salty Fishman. 1, 2, or 3.
You know they're gonna go for 3 because it's Salty Fishman.
I don't know what they're gonna do.
Oh. Huh.
2 is winning right now, actually.
That's the one I didn't expect.
Well, we are on a Dungeons and Dragons channel, to be fair.
Mhm.
And all these people are under the Dungeons and Dragons tag too.
Sim, you're very bad at math.
35 seconds. If you want to enter for the stream loots giveaway, do exclamation point gimme. So what do we got? 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3 is winning.
I think 3 wins.
Unless anybody else changes it within 12 seconds. All right, winner of the giveaway is Evil. Evil. Boom, you have your free deck. And assuming these guys, oh my god, this username is great. All right, there's a lot of bunny ears and pink right here, so we're good. All right, so we are rating out to Daddy Pastel. So if you guys stay for the raid, you get bonus tokens of fate that you can use. If nothing else, thank you guys so much for being here, and we will see you all next week.